What is happening, boys and girls? Jim here, RCAD. Today is Friday, September 15th, 2023, and going off the video description, you guys and gals already know what we're doing here. We're getting ready to install a Traxxas Trx4 long arm lift kit onto a Traxxas Trx4 Bronco. To all my channel subscribers, my apologies. I've had these lift kits sitting around for just about 2 years now, and we were basically waiting on the RC workshop to get finished before we installed them, so shop's pretty much finished, and it's install time on our lift kits. So I had these kits sitting here for all the newcomers for right around 2 years now, which has given me plenty of time to look at the lift kits and everything that they include. And one red flag just keeps popping up on this lift kit, and that is with the shocks themselves. So let's zoom in here and take a closer look at everything we got going on. Look at our lift kit. Traxxas Trx4 long arm lift kit, over 1 inch of additional ground clearance. Cool, that is nice to have. Optional 2.2 wheels and tires shown. And there we go on that nonsense. Looking around at the back of it, everything that it includes, we've got some longer shocks right here. We've got longer links across the board. New drive shaft pieces here. Some other end links for our shock links. Another steering servo bracket, which lowers your steering servo a little bit to accommodate that little bit of extra travel. As well as longer differential locker cables here to accommodate that extra travel. It also includes a smaller pinion gear if you were to switch out to 2.2 tires in the future. It does come with a smaller pinion gear to accommodate those, so your gear ratio won't change too much from going from a smaller tire to a larger diameter tire. At least you'll maintain your gear ratio a little bit with that smaller pinion gear. So it comes with all this nonsense right here and all the instructions on how to install all this stuff. Shocks, these guys are 110 millimeters long. That is something that they don't tell you in the product description. Anywhere you look at this lift kit online, any of the online stores, they don't tell you how long those shocks are. But once you get them and you read on a box, it is 110 millimeters long. So 110 millimeter aluminum GTS shocks. And this little spacer right here is the red flag. That is a red flag that keeps popping up in my mind. So let's talk about that little bit of nonsense right here. I pulled the shocks out of the kit already. And here's a peek at those. Some nice red anodized aluminum GTS shocks. Once again, 110 millimeters. And here's that spacer that they have on the shock piston. Why do they want that on the shock piston? Now, during the assembly process, they show the spacer on there during the assembly process. They show it on the shocks after the shock is finished. And there's absolutely no mention as to what it's for and no mention of removing it. And in my mind, what is the point of having the spacer on here if you're going from 90 millimeter shocks to 110 millimeter shocks? What is the point of limiting your travel? And that is a 9 millimeter spacer. I measured that guy out with a steel tape measure, and that is 9 millimeters from point A to point B. So what is the point of limiting your travel by 9 millimeters by leaving that spacer on there? Technically, at that point in time, you'd be going from 90s to 101 millimeter shocks instead of going to 110s. All right, so let's talk about that little spacer. What is the point of having that spacer on there? Now, in my mind, after thinking all this stuff out, I believe that little spacer is on there to limit the upward travel on your rear axle so that your tires don't rub on the inner fender. Rear axle mainly more than the front axle in this situation, just because the rear axle on our inner fender has a little nub that sticks out right here. We'll zoom our camera in and take a peek at that. Sorry about the lighting and all that other good nonsense. Excuse the lighting and all that other good nonsense, I should say. Get our camera in a little bit closer so you can see that nub sticking up right there. Right here. There's a little flat spot on that inner fender. And when you compress the suspension, the tire gets pretty close to that with our stock 1.9 tires. Gets pretty close to that little nub right there. About a quarter of an inch away. Maybe a little bit less than a quarter of an inch away. So my only thought is that they want you to keep that spacer in place just to keep those larger diameter tires from rubbing on those inner fenders. That's the only thing I can come up with. So our stock tires, these 1.9s, 1.9 is the wheel diameter. The outer diameter of the wheel is 1.9 inches. The inner diameter on the tire is 1.9 inches, not the outer diameter of the tire. Outer diameter on these stock Canyon Trail tires is right around 4.65 inches. Don't quote me on that, but I want to say 4.65. So just a little bit over 4.5 inches in outer diameter. And if you were to switch out to 2.2s, that would change drastically. Over on the side here, we have a set of RC four-wheel drive mudslingers, and these guys are 2.2s. So 2.2 inch wheel, 2.2 inch inner diameter on the tire. Outer diameter of that tire is 4.88 inches. 4.88. So just under 5 inches on that tire. This tire is 4.65, just a little over 4.5 inches. So we'd be going from a 4.5 inch tire to almost a 5 inch tire if we were to put those tires on there. And the mudslingers are just about the smallest 2.2 that you can possibly get. Most 2.2s are over 5 inches tall, or over 5 inches in outer diameter. I have another set of 2.2s sitting off to the side here, just as an example. Some Proline, Mickey Thompson, Baja Pro X 2.2s. And these guys are 5.88 inches. 5.88. So an inch larger in outer diameter versus those 2.2s over there. That's a big difference. Once again, we're about a quarter of an inch, less than a quarter of an inch away from rubbing with those 1.9s. If we were to go to those 2.2s, which once again are just under 5 inches, they're probably going to rub. And we'll take the body off, put a set of those on there, and just to check all that nonsense out. But if you were to switch out to a set of these 2.2s, these guys are huge. And I guarantee you that those babies would be doing some rubbing if you were to switch out to a 2.2 like that. Some things that Traxxas just doesn't talk about. Just like the Trx4, the Trx4 Mercedes-Benz, which they say comes with 2.2s, and it does. It comes with 2.2 wheels, and it comes with 2.2 tires. But that stock Trx4 2.2 tire is roughly the same size as that 1.9. It is still 4.65 inches in outer diameter. So you're not changing anything. It still has a small tire on it. If you were to put actual 2.2 tires, like these mudslingers or these Proline Mickey Thompson Baja Pro X's, that's a significant difference and would definitely rub on your Trx4. All right, so let's talk about that shock spacer once again. I took the shocks out of that box. Once again, we took a look at our spacer. 9 millimeters is our distance on that guy. Looking at our shock body itself, we have a longer shock body on this guy compared to our 90 millimeter shock, just because we have a longer piston, which travels further inside that shock body, so you need a longer shock body to accommodate that piston. So we're going to be losing some travel, upward travel, just by switching over to the shock. Our stock shock body from the top of the shock body right here at the top of the aluminum section to the bottom of the shock body right down here is 45 millimeters. From here to here is 45 millimeters. On these guys, it's 65 millimeters or 55 millimeters from here to here. 55, excuse me. So we're losing 10 millimeters of upward travel just by switching over to these shocks, to these longer shocks. We're gaining 20 millimeters of downward travel by switching over, but we'll be losing 10 millimeters of upward travel just because of the length of the shock body itself. Now, if we were to leave the spacer on there, once again, we'd be losing 19 millimeters of upward travel. Between the shock body and that spacer at 9 millimeters, we'd be losing 19 millimeters. All right, so in my eyes, once again, the only reason for that spacer is to keep those 2.2s from rubbing on your inner fenders. And depending on your tire size, depending on which 2.2s you get, they might still rub, no matter whether you're running the spacer or not. Now, more evidence on that spacer is with the Trx4 all-terrain track kit. If you were to purchase one of these Trx4 all-terrain track kits, they also mention in here about getting that long travel lift kit in order to accommodate those tracks. So let's take a peek at that here. Note, the vehicle body, front and rear bumpers, or rock sliders may require minor trimming for proper clearance after installation of the track drive units. All right, so they're talking about the rear track drive units mainly, and the articulation on that track drive unit, and it might rub on your inner fenders or your rock sliders if you don't do some trimming. They actually install a shock limiter on the rear track drive units on our anti-rotation bracket here for the shock. There's a bracket on here that keeps that track unit from spinning around 360 degrees, an anti-rotation bracket. So there's a little shock on that. And on the rear shocks, for the rear track units, they limit that. They have a little limiter on the inside of that shock, which limits the travel so it can't fully extend. So that shock can't fully extend. Now, they also mention in here that you can remove that limiter on your rear shock so you can get full articulation out of that rear track unit. So you have the same articulation on it versus the front track unit for driving over uneven terrain. And that you might have to do some more trimming to get past that. They talk about that right here. A travel limiter has been pre-installed on the rear shocks on the rear drive units to minimize the amount of trimming needed on the body. For more track articulation on uneven terrain, remove the travel limiter. Additional body trimming may be required, or install the Trx4 long arm lift kit, part number blah 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 blah, sold separately, for additional height and clearance with the body. So there we go on that nonsense. They're talking about installing that lift kit to get past that extra articulation if you remove that limiter on that rear shock. For those people who are interested in a set of Trx4 all-terrain tracks, or those who have a set of Trx4 all-terrain tracks, and you're planning on installing one of these lift kits, I do have a video on how to remove that limiter from that rear track shock anti-rotation bracket, so you can gain all that extra articulation out of those tracks. So for those who are interested, feel free to peruse through my video library. And once again, there is a video on that process. And I even go through on how to rebleed the shocks and all that good nonsense. So we cover all the bases on that stuff in that video. So once again, that is another thought in my mind as to why they want you to leave this in place. Is to guarantee that they don't rub when you install it onto your vehicle. So there we go on that nonsense. Now our Broncos have been extensively trimmed. I've already gone through on our vehicles and trimmed out trimmed down the rear rock slider and trimmed off some material on our inner fender well just to get past those tracks so those tracks don't rub on our vehicles. So right now, with our stock suspension set up and having those limiters removed, our tracks aren't rubbing on our vehicles. So once we hook up these guys and put these guys in place, we're definitely not going to have any rubbing. Because once again, we're losing 10 millimeters of upward travel, so no worries on that. But once again, we've already gone through and extensively trimmed these vehicles to accommodate those shocks or those rear track units. Now another thing that's been done to both of our vehicles is a body lift. The front and rear body posts have been raised up one notch. The rock sliders have been custom raised. The front and rear bumpers have been raised up as well to match everything back up. So the body has already been raised on these vehicles. So we already have a little bit of extra clearance with that. But once again, when we go from our 90 millimeter shocks to those 110s, we're going to be losing 10 millimeters of upward travel. So right now we're bottoming out right here with our tire. And once we switch out to those 110s, it's going to be bottoming out right about there, just because we're losing 10 millimeters of upward motion. And if we were to leave that spacer on there, it'd be bottoming out right about there. That's a huge difference. And once again, in my mind, there is no point in switching over to 110 millimeter shocks if you're going to limit your travel. So right now, we don't have any rub with our vehicles with 1.9s. I have no intention on switching over to 2.2 tires. I fully intend on running 1.9s after installing this kit on the vehicle. The only real reason that I'm installing these kits onto our vehicle is once again just to gain more suspension travel and articulation in the downward position. After we get everything installed, I plan on setting up my suspension with a sagged out suspension setup, so the vehicle will be riding as low to the ground as possible, which keeps our center of gravity low, but we'll have all kinds of axle drop and articulation. So when we start climbing over obstacles like logs and rocks and things of that nature, we'll have all kinds of belly pan clearance and all kinds of clearance for those tires to stretch out and touch the ground and maintain traction. So when I install these guys, I will be removing this spacer before we go through the bleeding process on the shocks. If you plan on running these spacers on your vehicle, no worries, the bleeding process is going to be the exact same. So we're going to follow Traxxas' instructions from top to bottom, from point A to point B. As long as you're paying attention to the video, you're not going to miss out on anything. And absolutely no difference in the bleeding process, whether you have these spacers on or off. The bleeding process is still the same. But I recommend if you don't plan on running these spacers, to bleed them without those spacers on there. That way you won't end up with an air pocket up in here. If you bleed them with the spacers on there and then remove the spacers after the fact, you're going to end up with a dead zone up at the top, or a little air pocket up at the top, or just a little slop point up at the top, just because you didn't bleed it out as you intended when you assembled it. Technically speaking, you want to get full travel out of these guys. You don't want to have that spacer in there. But once again, that is probably to prevent those 2.2 tires from rubbing. But yeah, you're going to be losing travel. So if you're already losing 10 millimeters of upward travel just by switching out to the longer shock body, you'll be losing another 9 if you leave that bump stop in place. So I just want to cover that base there on our bump stops, on our shocks. Another thing to touch base on is that these shocks, from what I've heard in rumors and other stories, is that they come with a significantly stiff spring. So if you want to run with a full sagged out suspension setup on your vehicle, you're going to want softer springs. I've already gone ahead and ordered softer springs. I've got the softest ones that are available, which are the white stripe springs, and these have a 0.29 rate on them. And that is the softest spring available, so part number 8153 on these guys. 2 sets. So we should be running nice and soft with this guy after we get finished. All right, so there we go on that stuff. All right, let's get started here on our vehicle. Sorry about all the all rights and all that nonsense, and sorry about taking you on that long tour with our shocks and our little red flag with that stuff. All right, before we get started, I'd like to throw out a little disclaimer on all my workshop videos. Whenever it comes to wrenching on stuff, working on stuff, modifying stuff, whenever it comes to that stuff, boys and girls, you are taking that responsibility into your own hands. Are you paying attention? Whenever it comes to working on your own vehicle, you are taking that responsibility into your own hands. That was your mind that came up with the decision to work on your vehicle. It's your hands working on a vehicle. It's your tools working on a vehicle. If you mess up somewhere down the line and break something or strip out a screw head or something like that, that is your responsibility. It's not the responsibility of the person doing a video. So if you happen to watch a video like this on YouTube or any other online source, and you see somebody working on their vehicle and modifying their vehicle, and you want to do the same thing to your vehicle, and you mess up somewhere down the line, that's not their fault. That's your fault. So mental note on that. Whenever it comes to working on a vehicle, an RC vehicle, or any vehicle in particular, any item in particular, you are taking that responsibility into your own hands. Like this vehicle, for instance, is my brother's truck. If I mess up somewhere down the line on doing this install, I'm going to have to pay for the damages. So FYI on that. I'm helping my brother out by installing this lift kit onto his vehicle, but if I mess up somewhere down the line and strip out a screw head or break something, that's my fault, and I'm going to have to pay for the damages on that. So FYI, whenever it comes to working on your vehicles, you are taking that responsibility into your own hands. If you see a video such as this on YouTube or any other online source, and you see somebody working on their vehicle, and you want to do the same thing, you are taking that responsibility into your own hands, and if you mess up, that is your fault, not their fault. So FYI on that. All right, so let's get started. Whenever it comes to a project like this, you always want to start out with a clean vehicle. And we are not. This vehicle is pretty darn dirty. It's got bits of sand and dust and everything all over the body. Tires are packed with sand and mud, or old mud that's dried out. I'm sure the chassis has got some sand packed in here and there. And yeah, you normally want to start out with a clean vehicle. So I've got the vehicle sitting on top of a towel, and we're going to be basically cleaning things as we go. So as we take things apart, we're going to be cleaning things off to make sure that we have a nice clean product for the reassembly. Axles in particular, taking the rear differential covers off our axle to install that longer locker cable for the differentials. You want to make sure that your axles are nice and clean and that you're on a clean working surface for reinstalling everything. That way you're not getting any dust or dirt or debris inside your rear differentials. Same thing with the shocks. When it comes to assembling the shocks and filling them up with oil, you want a clean working environment with that. I recommend a clean paper plate to do everything over, to hold the shocks over top of a paper plate. You're also going to want a large supply of paper towels and a pair of latex or rubber gloves, because we are filling these guys up with silicone shock oil. You don't want that shock oil to hit your workbench. You don't want to get it on your hands. So having a clean paper plate as a working environment is a good idea. Shock oil can get onto the paper plate. You can throw the paper plate away nice and easy. A pair of latex or rubber gloves, keep that stuff off your hands, and you'll be good to go. So this is some stuff that you might want to have on the side, is a clean paper plate, some rubber gloves, and a good supply of paper towel for sopping up any excess oil after bleeding out the air on our shock bleeding process. Okay, so we covered all the bases there. Let's get started. All right, so we can automatically assume that the body is going to have to come off the vehicle and the tires and wheels are going to have to come off the vehicle. A whole bunch of stuff actually has to come off the vehicle. So we'll take our body pins off, set them off to the side, possibly or preferably in a magnetic tool tray, so we don't lose those guys. Get our body off the vehicle. Making sure to unplug our lights and all that other good nonsense along the way. And then move on to our tires and wheels. For the newcomers, the wheels have a little plastic cap over the nut that's on the wheel that needs to be spun off. Spin that counterclockwise. The cap just threads onto the leftover shaft sticking off the axle spit down here. For removing the nut, you're going to want a standard cross wrench that comes with your vehicle, or an aftermarket wrench such as this Team Associated set right here, which makes life just a little bit easier. So removing all the tires and wheels. That is what we're doing right now. And putting our parts into a magnetic tool tray so we do not lose them. Taking our dirty tire and sticking it off to the side. While we're here, let's put a 2.2 on it real quick. This mudslinger, just to see what that looks like on this vehicle. And what kind of rub we would have if we switched over to this tire, if any. We'll go ahead and put this nut back on there just to get this held back into position. Still have our stock shocks put in place. Small 2.2 tire once again, 4.88 inches in outer diameter, just under 5 inches on this one, and that is one of the smallest 2.2s that you can get. So keep that in mind. Once again, 2.2s vary in size and overall outer diameter. This is one of the smallest ones that you can get. And those Proline and Mickey Thompson Baja Pros, once again, are an inch larger in outer diameter, so 5.88 inches on those other tires. All right, so let's take a look here at our tire clearance and what we got going on. We'll keep our flash on for this process. This part right here is what we're looking at, that little ridge right there in our tire. Yep, and we are hitting right there. That's with the tire fully bottomed out now. It's also hitting on our inner fender right there. Now switching out from our stock 90mm shocks to those 110mm, once again, we're losing 10mm of upward travel just because we have a longer shock body on these 110s. So we're losing 10mm of upward travel with that longer shock body. So that'll take care of that rub right there. But will that take care of the rub on that inner fender? Not too sure. Not too sure about that. It's fully bottomed out. We're definitely catching. Take it off about 10mm, and well, we're getting past it. Just barely. At least with this 2.2. Now it's just eyeballing things up. So fully compressed, let's take about 10 off of that. Yeah, we're just barely clearing. But once again, this is one of the smallest 2.2s that you could possibly get. So switching out to those Proline Mickey Thompson Baja Pro X tires, they're definitely going to rub. Even with the spacers on there, I'd pretty much guarantee that they're going to rub on that little spot right there on the inner fender regardless of that nonsense. Front area, not so bad. We've got a lot of clearance on the front on either side. When you're turning it, it might be a different story. You might have to trim down your rock sliders a little bit to accommodate that so the tire doesn't hit it on the full turn. So one other thing to keep in mind on that. And tire size, once again, is key. Just going to 2.2s, 2.2 is just a wheel diameter, inner wheel diameter, not the outer tire diameter. So always pay attention to your outer tire diameter when you're buying a set of tires. Look at the description. A-Main Hobbies, not being sponsored by anybody, is a real great place for giving tire sizes. Most of the tires that they have for sale, if you look down in the product description, it'll tell you what the outer diameter is on most of the tires. Not all of them, but most of them, they'll tell you what the outer diameter is. Once again, 4.88 on these guys, 4.65 on these 1.9s, and 5.88 on these monsters right here. And these guys, once again, are huge. So there is this 2.2 sitting on top of that one. Has a pretty big difference in outer diameter. Roughly a ½ inch larger in outer diameter. Going from this 1.9 to this 2.2, that is a drastic difference right there. An excess rubber. Drastic difference. So putting a set of those Proline Baja X's on here would probably rub no matter what. Alright, so let's go ahead and peel this guy back off of here. That's one thing that Traxxas never really tells you about. You know, they're high lift edition vehicles. They come with 2.2 tires on them. I'm not too sure if they tell you what the size is on those tires. But they are 2.2 tires. But if they're anything like the 2.2s that come on the Trx4 Mercedes-Benz, then they're probably right around the same outer diameter as these guys. Or maybe just a little bit larger than these guys. And possibly a little bit smaller than these guys. Not too sure offhand what the size is on those high lift edition Trx4s, but like I said, with the Trx4 Mercedes-Benz, it advertises a 2.2 tire and wheel. It does come with a 2.2 tire and wheel, but the outer diameter of the tire is the same outer diameter as a 1.9. So their 2.2s on the Trx6 is still 4.65 inches, which is the exact same as this 1.9 Canyon Trail, 4.65 inches in outer diameter. And if you were to go out and buy a set of 2.2s like this, or those Proline Mickey Thompson Baja Pro X's, and put those onto your Trx6, you would have some serious problems. Number one, your tires on the back might start touching together, just because you stepped up on the overall diameter, and you might have a gap like this in between to begin with, and once you get on those monster tires, it's going to be like that, and your tires will be touching. So yeah, a little heads up on that nonsense. When it comes to shopping for tires, always pay attention to the outer diameter of them, just to make sure that you're not going too big. Bases covered on that nonsense. All right, let's keep peeling our tires off here. You guys and gals really need to see this whole process, peeling tires off. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Newcomers, I'm sure you can figure it out. Once you get one tire off, they're all basically the same at that point in time. We're taking off the rest of the tires. I have the vehicle sitting up on a set of 2.2 tire foams right here, just to keep the vehicle off the ground and make life a little bit easier for working on things. Easier to spin it around. And all that other good nonsense. And another little mental note is that we have wider wheel hex spacers on these vehicles. The stock wheel hex on a Trx4 is 4 millimeters wide, 12 millimeters wide here, but 4 millimeters thick, I should say. And these guys are 6 millimeters thick by 12 millimeters wide. So these guys are sticking out 2 millimeters further on either side, which is, once again, spacing our tires out a little bit further out away from that wheel well back here on the rear. With a stock wheel hex on here, your stock 4 millimeter wheel hex, that might increase the chances of rubbing on that inner fender, just because your tires are set inside the fender wells just a little bit further than with these 6 millimeter hexes. 8 millimeter hex would get you out a little bit further yet. 12 millimeter hex would get you out a little bit further yet, which changes a lot of things on your vehicle. A lot of other suspension aspects, your articulation and all that other good nonsense. It actually comes into play with making things wider. All right, so there we go. We got our tires and wheels removed. Let's go ahead here and take a look at our instructions. We'll peel the box open and see what we got going on in here. All right, taking a look at our instructions here. Let's move our camera around a little bit here, get a little better angle on things. Excuse me for jumping around and blah, 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 blah. Here it shows our kit contents, everything that is included with our kit, all the way down to here. Some notes on there: unless otherwise noted, retain and reuse any hardware and parts from your model that are included with this kit. So you want to use your old screws and whatnot from removing the axles and reassembling them. You're just adding whatever new stuff that they have here, which is longer links. Some other parts that it comes with here, your screws, different lengths. Each page has a millimeter mark on the bottom, which is nice. It goes up to 100 millimeters, which is okay. But we have 110 millimeter shocks, so maybe they should have made this a little bit longer. Just to accommodate that. Items that you will need to pull off this job: a hex wrench or hex driver, small flat blade screwdriver, needle nose pliers, safety glasses. You're also going to need a hex wrench, a 2.5 millimeter hex wrench for removing most of the hex screws on this vehicle, which are a 3 millimeter screw, but it has a 2.5 millimeter head on it. So you'll need a 2.5 millimeter hex wrench for removing most of the screws on this vehicle. So you're going to need that as well, and they don't mention that in here. Just FYI. Moving on. Looking at our links. Here is the 312 millimeter wheelbase setup right there. And each link should fit right into this gap. So that drawing is the perfect length for the link, and the link should fit right into that gap right there to have the correct length on it. Talks about the shaft length, which is 90.45 millimeters, and then the overall length, which is 120.45 right here. And here's the 324 millimeter version. Now, the only difference, once again, between the links on our 312 and the 324 is just the eyelets here on the end link. They put longer eyelets onto the links, and that changes out your overall length. And once again, you want to make sure that you got the right length if you're putting this onto a 324 millimeter wheelbase. The kit is set up right now for 312. You want to set it up to 324. You swap out the end links, and the link should fit right into this picture just like that for the correct size. Even though this only goes up to 100 millimeters, and this is 144.74 long, you would need to put that link over top of this picture to make sure that you have everything exactly in the right position. All right, next page. Talking about our shocks and filling them up with oil. Once again, here we are with that spacer on the bottom. They're showing that spacer being put in place for the whole bleeding process. Spacer still in place. Looking at our shock after it's fully assembled here, the fully assembled picture, and they still show that spacer in place. Now, once again, I've read this entire manual from top to bottom and front to back, and there is absolutely no mention about this spacer, and no mention of removing that spacer or why they have that spacer there. But once again, we think that is for extra clearance for those larger diameter tires. Moving on, they pretty much want you to strip the whole truck down. So they want you to remove the front links, the rear drive shaft assembly, the front axle, the rear axle, the differential lockers off of the shift servos there for the differential lock servos. So removing the complete rear axle assembly off with the shocks. Same thing with the front. Taking those links off the axle, removing our locker. Once again, we'll be doing that as well. Just going to cover all this stuff real quick on base so we know what we're doing here. Here's the front assembly on removing that front axle, removing all the parts off of that, your panhard bar and your 2 lower links. Or sorry, that's not your panhard bar. Your panhard bar is going this way, but that would be getting disconnected. But here's our upper link and our 2 lower links getting removed. The panhard bar is staying the same. You're going to leave that on there. Since we're changing out the steering servo bracket, that panhard bar location is going to be a little bit lower after we reassemble this. Looking at our rear axles, pulling out the rear diff covers, and removing our differential locker cable, which shows us how to remove the cable. We have to remove that whole little horseshoe part off the rear differential and front differential, unhook our cable, and then hook that stuff back up. The cable has a little L-shaped bend on it, so you have to kind of fish it into the locker and then reassemble that nonsense. We will cover all the bases once again. Right now we're just getting a quick look-see at what we have to do. Here's the front axle and rear axle, reassembling those and putting those back together. Adding our new links onto it, attaching our shocks onto it. Now, there's one funny thing here, is that if we look at these pictures with the shocks, there is no spacer on the shock in this picture. On either shock. No spacer. And no spacer on either one of these either. And once again, no mention of the spacer and why they want it there, or no mention of removing it as well. But yet, the one picture shows it there. They show it there with adding oil and bleeding the air out of the shocks. They show it in the finished product, but they don't show it here. A little bit goofy. So like I said, that was a big red flag since they didn't show it here, and they showed it in the beginning, and there's no mention of it. Here is our servo mounting bracket attachment. Removing all the stuff that we need to remove to get that guy put in place. Reassembling our front axle. Getting our servo hooked back up. Reassembling the rear axle. Getting all that hooked back up. Reattaching our differential lockers onto the servos down there. And then going through with our drive shaft assembly here for setting up the longer drive shafts for this vehicle. Putting our drive shafts on, and then we move over to the pinion gear. Once again, if you're going to switch to 2.2 tires, you're going to want to lower your pinion gear, and depending on the overall diameter of those tires is going to depend on your pinion gear. So they gave you the pinion gear, once again, just a kind of rough guess going from 1.9s to 2.2s, but depending on your 2.2 overall outer diameter, you might even want to go a little bit lower on that pinion gear. It all depends on what motor you're running and your preference and all that other good nonsense, or a larger spur gear to counterbalance that just a little bit more. Smaller pinion gear for more low-end power, larger spur gear for more low-end power, smaller spur gear for more top speed, bigger pinion gear for more top speed. Just a FYI on that. And our motor mount plate is clocked. It has little numbers and whatnot on there, so for different size pinion gears, you put that into a different position, and it's a guaranteed gear mesh once you get everything put together, as long as you're going off of this little setup right here. And then we're moving into notes, and that is it on our manual. Well, I was about to start out by removing our differential lock cables from our servos over here, but the manual wants you to start by bleeding the shocks and filling them up with oil. So that is where we're going to start right there, is with our shocks and getting those set up and bled out. Once again, I'm going to be removing that little rubber grommeter spacer down there before I go through the bleeding process. Bleeding process is going to be the same regardless of whether you run that spacer or not. So if you plan on running that spacer, just follow the instructions here, leave that spacer in place, and bleed it just like I bleed it, and you should be all right. If you don't want to run that spacer, then remove it beforehand and bleed it as such, and you should be okay on that aspect. So let's go ahead here and start filling up our shocks with oil and getting them bled out and all that other good nonsense. Continuing along, opening up our shocks. Kids, if you're not a careful kid, be careful when you're using knives. Have your parents do this for you if you're not a careful kid. Getting our shocks out of the package and springs out of the package. Although we will be using different springs, so maybe we'll just leave those springs in the package in our situation. As I've heard before, these guys are supposedly relatively stiff. Not too sure. Just going off what it feels like in the hand. That's what she said. But once again, we're going to be using the softest springs that are available so we can run that fully sagged out suspension setup with no problems. Manual in hand, looking at that. Telling us to unscrew the cap, fill it with shock oil, leaving a small gap, so you're basically just going up to the bottom of that shock collar right there. Once we get this completely filled up with oil, we'll want to slowly move this piston up and down to remove excess air out of the shock. Once it's in the upward position, they tell you to top it off right there with a little bit of oil. Put the cap on loosely. They really don't tell you all that in here. Lower spring retainer installed. Add oil to reach the proper level. Shaft should be fully compressed when cap is installed. So fully compress it. Install your cap loosely. I mean, you want it on there tight, like snug, but don't like wrench it down because we're going to have to probably loosen that thing back up to bleed some air. So once you get it installed, move the shock up and down. If you pull the piston down and it starts to rise up, then there's a vacuum in there. If you fully compress it and the piston starts to move down, then it's got air in there. Technically speaking, you should be able to move it all the way up to the top, and that piston should stay in place. Move it all the way down to the bottom, and it should stay in place. Once again, if you move it all the way down, it starts moving up on its own. It's got a vacuum. If you move it all the way up and it starts pushing down on its own, then you've got an air pocket. So let's move on to that little situation. Once again, I'm going to be removing these little bump stops, which we're going to do right now. And that requires a shock tool. I have a hot racing shock tool right here, not being sponsored by anybody. This has these little contoured edges right here for grabbing onto the end of the piston without damaging the piston and putting scratches on the piston. Get this guy kind of lined up. Now you could use pliers for this, but I don't necessarily recommend it. A pair of wire cutters would probably be best. And put the pinch point right down here as close to the cap as you can. That way you're not going to scratch this. But a pair of wire cutters works pretty good, or side cutters works pretty good for keeping one of these pistons held in check without worrying about scratching the shaft to the point of it damaging your seals. The reason you don't want to scratch the shaft, once again, is once you get it to that bottomed out position, it might start scrubbing on the inside of these O-rings and create a leak. So you want to make sure that you keep that shaft unmarred and in good condition. Shock tool works pretty good for this. You can get a nice grip on that shaft. I'm sure there's a joke in there somewhere. And we'll get this other part unscrewed. Doing this one at a time here. Alright. It's been de-threaded. Pull that little bump stop off of there. They said this thing was rubber, and it's not. That is plastic. That's plastic. I'm pretty sure that they say that that is rubber in the manual. I'll throw it on a tape measure real quick and see what she looks like. Overall diameter, overall length on this guy. Bottomed out. And we are 9 millimeters right there. That's a pretty big gap. And plastic, not rubber. And apparently it doesn't say rubber, it just says bump stop. Rubber would have been better, at least it would have gave you some dampening. But no dampening with this guy. A mental note, these are good to keep on hand. Don't throw these away. These little spacers are always nice to have on hand for other projects. So you might want to put these off to the side in a little plastic baggie or something. That way you can retain them for future projects. Set that in the magnetic tool tray. We'll go ahead here and reassemble our shock, or our end link. There's a little bit of plastic on the threads down here. I'm going to peel that stuff off of there. Get a bite on our shaft, which is something nobody wants to hear. And put our end link back on place, wherever it went to. There it is right there. We'll get this guy spun back on. Now, very important when you're putting these end links back on here is not to over tighten it or under tighten it, because that once again is going to affect your overall travel with your shock. You want all your end links sitting in the same position essentially. And we have no damage on the shaft, which is nice. Would have been nicer if Traxxas included PTF coated shafts and not just regular steel shafts. There's our bottom out point right there. So not fully compressed. And we didn't scratch the shaft, so we're not damaging the seals. Once again, using a pair of wire cutters or side cutters would also work, as long as you keep that pinch point close to the eyelet. That would put your scratch mark closer to the eyelet and lessen the risk of scratching that shaft and damaging these seals here. I'm just making sure that everything is nice and snug on our bottom cap there before we get started on that. So there is one right there. I'm going to pause the camera, take the other ones off, and get these ready to go. Just for craps and giggles, I'm going to use the wire cutter method once again, keeping that wedge shaped portion closer to our cap down here on the end, just like that. That way, if we put a scratch in the shaft, which we are guaranteed to do on this one, guaranteed. Some finer edged wire cutters would probably be better off. These guys are kind of bulky. So if you were to use a smaller pair like this, aim small and miss small. Something to keep in mind. That'll keep that gap a little bit more minimal. So now our pinch point is a little bit closer to that cap there at the end, or that end link, or eyelet, as it were. So get a nice good grip on that. Probably gonna put a dent in the shaft, but we are getting the same job accomplished. Hard part is making sure you get it lined back up in that same dent when you put it back together. So there we go, we got that off. Let's pull the plastic bits off of our shaft down here on the thread, which I want to get unthreaded. Easiest way to pull them off. Slip our little spacer off of there. Try to get a close look at our shaft if we can zoom in on it here. Right down here, I'm sure we've got a dent or two. There we go. Yep, right there. I see a little shiny mark. That is where we grabbed it at. So we're going to try to re-grab onto that same spot, get our side cutters. I'm just sliding the side cutter down and clamping it in roughly in the same area, just like that. Making sure to get a good grip on this thing. That way we don't risk spinning the shaft inside the side cutter or wire cutters, just like so. And then reassembling our eyelet and putting our eyelet back on. So you don't necessarily need a shock tool in order to do this, such as that hot racing shock pliers set. I recommend it, but you can get away with a pair of wire cutters in a pinch to get the same job accomplished. Alright, so we'll pause the camera once again and get these other guys taken care of and go on to our bleeding process. Alright, moving on to our shock bleeding process. Now this is something that nobody wants to touch, is the shock bleeding process. Just to start off with, I made a little custom shock holder here. Made this a few years ago using a coffee bean container. Drilled a couple holes in the lid, cut a hole in the front of it. You want something like this just to hold the shocks so the air bubbles can settle. Sometimes it can take quite a while for those air bubbles to work their way out of the shock when you're going through this bleeding process. So having a nice level spot like this where you can set the shocks into, if they're leaking anything excess that can leak into the container, is something nice to have on hand. They do make custom shock holders for this kind of stuff, but why buy one when you can make one just as easy? All right, our paper plate. I've stacked up a few pieces of paper towel on our paper plate, folded them up as a little cushion on here. That way, once we start our bleeding process, any excess oil that comes out of the shocks and falls down onto the paper plate will quickly get absorbed by that paper towel. I'm getting some other paper towel ready to put off to the side, and I'm trying to leave this in a way that we can access it easily and quickly without getting oil on our workbench or anything like that. So taking our paper towel and essentially folding our paper towel in half like this, and taking our two ends and putting it together like that, so we've got one on the bottom and one on the top, and just keep overlapping these guys. Get a few pieces ready to go. So we'll fold this piece of paper towel in half. Not being sponsored by anybody. If you see paper towel names, I'm not being sponsored. And trying to make this so we can grab these paper towels quickly, as if you were grabbing a Kleenex out of a Kleenex box or a tissue out of a tissue box. Trying to make it so you can access these paper towels quickly without contaminating an entire roll of paper towels or slopping oil all over the place. So simply folding some paper towel in half. Doesn't matter if it's really an even fold or not. Just want it close and kind of stacking them up like this. That way we can quickly grab a piece and have another piece ready to go. So there we go. Just a little helpful hint there and tip on keeping the work site clean. Sorry for stumbling around, boys and girls. There's just a lot going on in my head. Trying to keep all this stuff at a comprehensive level for everybody. All right, so filling up our shocks with oil. First thing we're going to do is unscrew our cap. Once again, if you're going to leave this spacer in place, then you want to leave it in place throughout this whole bleeding process. If you plan on removing it, then remove it before the bleeding process. So they're telling you to fill it up here to the point of it being 6.7 millimeters below the top of our cylinder here, which I'd imagine is probably just at the top of the inner thread on the inside. Possibly. So I'm going to fill it up to the top of the threads on the inside, the threads for the cap where it threads down in, and we'll see where we go from there. Everyone else, though, you're going to want to go to about 6.7 millimeters there. And you can use your shock collar right there as an adjuster and use a steel tape measure to measure off the top of the cylinder down to about 6.7 millimeters on the top of that collar. So spin that thing down so it's about 6.7 millimeters down. And then fill it up to the top of the collar. They're telling you to go up to the bottom of the collar, but that might be a rougher guess. Nevertheless, it doesn't really matter when it comes to doing this stuff because you want that shock body pretty much filled up with oil. We're going to bleed out excess oil and air when we go through the bleeding process. So does it matter? Maybe, but not so much. Once again, bleeding shocks is something that nobody touches on YouTube or any other online viewing sites. Doing shocks on camera is so hit and miss that nobody wants to touch this with a 10-foot pole. But we're basically going to be following the instructions, but watch me and pay attention to what I'm doing, and you'll probably be a little bit better off. Here we go. We're going to open up our shock oil. Sorry for bouncing all over the map on this stuff once again. Use our razor knife to get our shock oil open. The shock oil that comes included with the kit. Professional guys, you might want to use whatever weight you prefer using. For the sake of this video, we are using what the kit comes with because that is part of the video. So we're going to empty this baby out and dump our contents onto our paper plate. Get our shock oil out of the bag. Once again, should probably be wearing latex gloves, but that's kind of hard to open up a plastic bag with latex gloves on. And this guy is sealed up. They shrink wrap the bag across the top. Lovely. Thanks, Traxxas, for ruining this plastic bag. So we can't even reuse this if we wanted to. We'll use a razor knife, get this guy open. Nice clean cutting surface. We'll use the top of our custom container here. I'm going to use the razor knife and try to cut right along this edge, right below that shrink mark. So maybe, possibly, we might be able to reuse this bag at some point in time or another. And our bag is probably pretty much useless at this point in time. A little bit less to grab onto. We got it open. There we go. And there is our silicone shock oil. Doesn't tell you what weight it is. It seems relatively thin. Still not too sure on the weight. Maybe 30? I'm not too sure. Putting our little easy pour spout on, which I think we're going to have to need to trim the tip off of this guy. So we'll go ahead here and cut the end off our nozzle using a pair of side cutters, those small ones that we're using for the shocks. Don't want to overcut it. Want to get it just right. And once again, gently squeezing on this to make that round again, and there we go. Next step, removing our cap off of our shock oil over top of our paper plate right now. Definitely want to wear gloves, boys and girls. That is for sure. We've got a rubber seal or a paper seal on top of the bottle. And a rubber seal inside our cap. So we're going to have to pop out that rubber seal, just like that. Put this off to the side because you're going to want to put that back in there after you're done to reseal this bottle. Using a razor knife, I'm going to cut a little opening here in the top of our bottle. Kids, once again, be careful with knives. Have your parents do this for you. Especially if you're not a careful kid. I was never a careful kid, but I managed not to damage myself too badly. But no guarantees. Boy, Traxxas, you guys could have made this a little bit easier. Like a little pinch and pull tab on the top would be nice. I suppose if you want easy, you would just buy the High Trail Edition vehicle and go from there, because it's already done. You don't have to mess with nothing. Well, let's see if we can get that end in there. We wasted enough time here trying to mess around with this. Pretty darn tight fit in there. Trying to get that nub in there. Pretty darn tight fit. Maybe we can get that thing down low enough to seal. It's sitting off camber. Maybe our thread will hold it together. There we go. All right. Moving on to the latex gloves. Definitely want them on from here on out. That is for darn sure. Make sure to wash your hands with plenty of soap and water after you are done to make sure that you don't have any of that silicone shock oil on your hands or clothing or whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Start out with shock number 1. Gently unthread our cap. Which has a rubber O-ring right up here. Plastic cap on a metal shock. Pros and cons. It won't seize up like a metal on metal will. Cons, it might be more prone to leak. We'll put this on our paper towel just to keep it absolutely debris free. Now looking on the inside of our shock shaft, we can see where those threads stop on the inside of the shaft. Maybe, perhaps, if the camera's going to focus in on it right there. I'm going to fill up right to the top of that point right there. Which is probably roughly where they want you to go, which is probably just to the bottom of this smooth point. This little shank here on the end of our shaft, or cylinder. Checking out our shock piston. Make sure they have some kind of light oil in there, maybe right now, I'd imagine. Hopefully it doesn't contaminate with our other stuff. It's part of the problem with buying shocks from overseas. Sometimes they have them filled up with some weird kind of oil. And you start to put in silicone shock oil and it ends up cross-contaminating, and you have to drain them out and clean them out and refill them again on a later date. Yeah, I'm trying to take a look on camera and see where it's at. It's getting closer. And I think we're right about there. Just about to the bottom of that thread, from what I can see with the naked eye. Maybe not, doesn't look like that on camera, but it's just about right here with the naked eye. And somewhat concaved, since it's sitting inside a cylinder. It's got a little dish to it. Higher on the sides. Now, as they suggest in the manual, they want to slowly push the shock piston all the way up to the top, very slowly, so you're not dumping oil everywhere. And move it back down slowly and just try to work those air bubbles out. And you'll be able to see it with your naked eye when you're looking at it. Don't know if we're going to catch it on camera or not, but you'll be able to see it with your naked eye. Get our focus on, maybe turn up our brightness ever so slightly there, so you can see our shock oil, what we got going on. Alright, so we're going to slowly move this shock piston upwards. I'm going to keep a hand on the top, a finger on the side of the shock shaft, pushing down as I'm pushing up to try to counter myself, so I'm not going to jerk this around or slam it around or move it too fast is the key. You don't want to move it too quick. Now you can see as I'm pushing up on the shock shaft here, the piston, that oil is rising. Now there are little holes on that piston on the very top of it to let that oil pass. The holes vary in size depending on how much movement you want out of that, how stiff or soft you want it to be, or how fast or slow you want it to dampen. Larger the holes, the faster it moves. The smaller the holes, slower, because it takes more time for the oil to pass by. Right now, the oil is at the top of the thread, and we're not quite up to the top on our travel, that is for sure. We're only part way up there. So I'm going to take a piece of our paper towel that we had set off to the side. I'm going to fold it up here a little bit and wrap it around our shock body, just like this. And wrap this thing up a little bit. Because I know we're going to spill out some oil here. And continue to depress the shaft, and we're going to start blowing some oil out of the top of this thing. There's no doubt about that. Alright, so we're all the way at the top. We can see a little bubble sitting up there on the top of this thing. As far as air bubbles go, not too sure. I'm going to go ahead here and move our cylinder back down ever so slowly. Ever so slowly. Don't want to draw in any air. I want to work that cylinder piston out. There goes an air bubble right there. We kind of want to work this up and down a little bit to try to get out any air that might be stuck below that piston. Since there's no oil in there to begin with. So slowly pulling that piston all the way back down. And then we're going to slowly work it back up. We want to do this a few times. Getting close to the surface right now, starting to bubble up. We're going to lose a little bit of oil once we get this fully compressed again. We're fully compressed right there. We'll pull it back down. And then move it back up. Pull it back down. I'm not seeing any more air bubbles coming out of this. Move it back up. Looking inside over top of the camera to see if I can see anything with the naked eye. Bubbles at the top of the cylinder. We're still slowly rising. And there we are at the top. Not seeing any air bubbles. If you create air bubbles by moving things too fast, it's going to lengthen the process of bleeding your shocks. So we've got our shock fully compressed right now. Keeping one finger on the bottom of the shock, another one around our paper towels. And we're going to go ahead here and install our shock cap up on the top of this thing. We're going to lose a lot of excess oil here. Put it right onto the top. We're losing oil there. Make sure you don't cross thread it. Spinning it backwards a little bit to make sure that we are lined up with our threads. Got to keep your finger on that shock piston because threading this on there is going to want to push that down. I'm doing this on camera, so I'm kind of looking through the camera at the same time. The back spinning again just to make sure that my thread was nice and even. If it starts to thread on there difficultly, then it's cross threading. You should thread on there pretty smooth. Or thread in there pretty smooth. We're going to spin this guy on down. All the while keeping our finger on the bottom of that shock to keep it compressed. We want this snug enough that no air is going to leak out, but loose enough that we can loosen it back up if we have to. Just in case we don't have it just right. You don't want to strip out those threads, so be careful there. Wipe off our excess oil here with our paper towel that we got wrapped around the cylinder. Unwind our paper towel and check on our movement here. See how we did. Alright, so we got it fully compressed. It's not pushing itself back down. That means there's no air up in the top. Now if we draw this back down and it starts to pull itself back up, then we've got a vacuum in there. So we should be okay to move this. Let's hold it in place. Camera's out of focus. Not pulling itself back up, it's sitting stationary. Push it all the way back up. The bottomed out. And it's pushing itself back down ever so slightly. So we got a little air pocket in there. So what we're going to do in this situation is leave it up like this, fully compress our shock like that. Make sure we keep it compressed, keeping my finger on the side, pulling down on our shock collar, keeping it in the position that we can grab a hold of it and keep constant pressure. And we're going to slowly loosen this up and bleed out some air and oil at the same time. Probably going to get our hands dirty. This is why you don't want to over tighten this shock cap. We're going to try to loosen this up without spinning our shock. Don't want to loosen up too much. You want just enough that it's going to bleed out oil and air and not suck in any air. So that's why it's so important to keep that thing fully compressed, so that you don't draw more air back in. Just loosening it up a little bit. I'm sure we're bleeding off some oil right now and some air right now. Trying to keep this as level as possible and then tighten it back down. All the while keeping that piston completely compressed. Not over tightening it, because once again, we don't know if we have to repeat this process. Taking our finger off of it. It's rebounding a little bit, but I think less than what it was. Fully bottom it out. Keeping an eye on it, see if it's raising up, which I don't think it is. Seems to be sitting stationary. So we don't have a vacuum in it, which is good. Vacuum is bad. And we might have a little air pocket up at the top. It's fully compressed. I'm really pushing on it. It bounces back a little bit. Push this back down and try this again. But ultimately, we can end up getting a vacuum in here if we bleed out too much of this. I just felt it move all the way up the rest of the way. I felt the tension relieve when I loosened it up. The spring tension. We don't want to suck air in, so we're just going to hold on to it just like that. There is some oil leaking past, ever so slightly. Try to let that air escape without taking our cap off. And taking it back down. Lengthy process. Once again, doing these shocks, nobody wants to touch this on camera. Is there any question as to why? It's because it's so hit and miss. Alright, so we got it back together again. We're pushing in on our shock. We're still rebounding a little bit. Not as much as we were previously, but still rebounding a little bit. Push it out, pull it out. Not tracking back in. Still sitting fully extended, so we're still good. We still got that little bit of bump at the end. Not much, just a little bit. So up to your own preference, boys and girls. If you're happy with that, then go ahead and put it together like that. If you're a perfectionist, then you might want to compress this shock Loosen this cap up and repeat the process a few more times. I can be a little bit of a perfectionist, and sometimes that can get you in trouble. Not knowing when to leave well enough alone. So just now, just loosening it up that little bit, the end of the piston collapsed the rest of the way. Just that easy. So loosen this up a bit more. Let some of that air and oil back out of there. We're leaking oil at the same time. But don't want to draw air in. Releasing again. What do we got? Basically the same amount of cushion there. I think that's about as good as we're going to get on this. That little bit is not much, especially considering that Traxxas wants you to put a 9mm spacer on there. We shouldn't be complaining about that little bit right there. It's not drawing itself back in, so we don't have a vacuum in there, which is good. Once again, bottom's out to there. Not really pushing it out any further. I think that's livable. Doesn't seem to be getting any better. So I think I'm going to run it just like that. If you're a perfectionist, you might want to keep on going and keep on trying, but once again, you can get yourself into trouble and create a vacuum in here. I'd rather have that little bit of pushing that back down as a damper. Like a little stiff point right there, versus having it suck the piston back up when you have it in the downward position. There's one shock done, and we have 4 more to go. So setting that one up there in our container, and moving on to our 4 others. Repeating the same process. We're going to do a couple more on camera, at least one more on camera, do the other ones off camera, and you guys will get the point. Shock number 2. Peeling our cap off the top, unscrewing our cap off the top, lefty loosey, righty tighty. There we go. We'll put this guy over here off to the side on our paper plate, which you guys can't see, but it is there. Get our shock oil in hand. And fill this baby up. Got the camera sitting in a different position where we really can't see what's happening here. Let me tilt it back down. And we just drew some air up into the shock oil bottle by reloading it there. We're probably going to have some air in this one. All right, repeating the same process, taking that oil right up to the bottom of that thread on the inside. Putting our oil off to the side, putting our little plastic cap back on top of our oil container in case that baby tips over. Take our paper towel and wrap it around our piston once again. Same paper towel, different piston. Get this guy wrapped up here. Sure, there's a joke in there somewhere for the fruitcakes out there. Just want a little cushion on here. Keep that from blowing all over the place. I'm sure there's a joke in there too. Alright, slowly moving our piston upward. Resting my hand on the bottom of my other hand once again, just to make sure that we don't move this piston too suddenly. Pushing against my other hand. That was a big movement right there. First initial jump. Moving up slow because we want that oil to seep past the piston. Bypass those little holes once again that are in the top of the piston. So don't move it up too fast. Or you might have to add more oil. Possibly have a bunch of oil come shooting out of there and towards your face if you're not wearing safety glasses and you're pushing up a little bit too hard on that piston. This is where the safety glasses comes in handy. Gently moving our piston upward. Still haven't completely bottomed it out. Just slowly moving it upward and resting every couple seconds to let it settle. So we're resting right now. Got a little bit of oil bleeding off out to the side. I'm trying to keep this thing upright. Gonna keep on pushing on that piston to the point of being bottomed out. And right now we are bottomed out. We're at the very top. So we'll just let it hang out right here at the very top. Keep pressure on it to make sure it's not going to drop. And move it back down ever so slightly. I was giving it a little bit of time to work out any air bubbles. The little air bubble just slid up right there while we're pulling it back down. Because once again, air gets trapped underneath the bottom of the piston from when you initially filled it up with oil. It takes a little bit of time for that oil to bypass the head of the piston through those air holes. All right, we've got her fully dropped. We'll move it back up ever so slowly. Hopefully we're catching this on camera. Oil's at the top of the cylinder. Piston's not at the top just yet. Making sure not to draw the piston back down during this process. Constantly or consistently pushing it upward. Consistently being the key word. And we've got it up all the way. No more air bubbles at that point in time. We'll draw it back down. See if we can work a couple more out. Down all the way. And then we'll push it back up. Back up to the top. Not seeing any bubbles. Drop it back down. Moving a little bit faster on that downstroke. And then we'll push it back up. Moving ever so slightly faster on our upstroke. Still no air. Drop back down. Move it back up. Alright, we're up all the way. I'm going to keep my finger on this. Good grip on our shock body, holding that piston in the upward position. And install our cap on top once again. Spin it backwards a little bit at first to make sure that you're in the thread and not cross-threading it. Keeping your finger on that shock, making sure that you're keeping that thing fully compressed at the same time. All right, there we go. We got our threading on. Making sure that we're keeping our shock totally vertical and level vertically, not leaning to one side or another, which could cause an air bubble to get pulled into the shock body. So we're going to snug this cap down once again. Snug enough that that O-ring is sealing, but not so tight that we're not going to be able to unscrew it. Alright, that's good right there. Absorb any excess oil. Move our paper towel. And check out our movement here. All the way up. And we got a little damper there, a little cushion. Move it back down all the way. And see if it's drawing itself back in. Pulling down on it to see if it's moving. Which it's not. It's not pulling itself back in, at least not yet. Go ahead and move it back up. And it's pushing out a little bit right there. It's fully compressed right there. Got to really push on it there. Moving down quite a bit. So we've got a little bit of air up in that thing. We're going to go ahead here once again and keep this thing held compressed and loosen up our cap while holding this level. And we're going to lose a little bit of oil and maybe hear some air if I can close my mouth for a couple seconds. Quiet enough and your hearing is good enough, you can hear that air escaping. No, I don't have Parkinson's. I'm just trying to hold this in a camera position and keep it upright at the same time. No offense to anybody who has Parkinson's. That would be terrible. I don't wish that upon anybody. Alright, clean her back down, wipe off her excess oil before it runs all the way down the side of the shock body. And check our situation here. Still dampening, about the same as the last one was. Fully extended. No vacuum, it's not pulling itself back in. Staying fully extended. Collapse it. It's getting to about here, and we're starting to feel that pushback from that air pocket. Right there is fully compressed, and it's pushing back a good 1/4 inch. Well, just like the other one, we'll compress this thing back down, loosen up our cap, and see if we can get some more air out of it. And screw it back down. Wipe off the excess. When it comes to this process, if you do get air bubbles in here like a massive amount, you don't want to get to the point where you dump all the oil out of the shock. That's a tremendous waste. If anything, add more oil to the shock and fill it up a little bit more than what it needs to be, and restart the bleeding process. All right, so I think we're sitting basically in the same spot here. And we're hitting that same tension point right around the same spot. Right about here, we're starting to feel the tension from that air bubble. And we get it fully compressed right there. It is fully compressed, which was what it was before we even added oil to it. It was right there. So not bad. Fully extended, make sure it's not drawing itself back in. Which is not. It's sitting stationary, which is good. No vacuum on the inside. We're getting it to here, and we're starting to feel that rebound a little bit right there. Not terrible. Definitely within that 9mm range from that spacer that they had on there. And then fully compressed once again. And pushing back to about a 1/4 inch. Which I think is about roughly what this one was pushing back at, our first one. Hold it down and let it rebound. Push this one down, let it rebound. And see what they look like side by side. Yeah, pretty close. We might be able to get a little bit more air out of this one, which is our second shock. So let's try that again. Once again, long process. I'm going to compress this guy once again, get it fully compressed, keep it pinched down in the palm of my hand like that. Make sure to get a good bite on it. Slowly and carefully loosen our cap up one more time. As long as all your shocks are even on all four corners, you should be okay. If it's got a air pocket in there and it's pushing that cylinder back down a little bit, as long as it's even on all four sides, then no harm, no foul. Keeping this held up. I'm not going to unthread this all the way. Don't want to draw air in. Give it a little bit of time for any air pockets to work their way out. Sometimes if you don't unscrew this enough, it won't let the air out. Unscrew it too much, you might draw air in. It's a darned if you do, darned if you don't situation. Which once again is why people don't want to touch this process when it comes to bleeding shocks. Not many people want to get near that. I don't want to get near it either, but hey, it's part of the project. And it looks like we're basically in the same position. Fully bottomed out, rebounding a little bit, not as far as it was previously. Maybe, I don't know. We'll pull it back out all the way, make sure we don't have a vacuum. Putting my finger behind it so we can see if it's moving. It's not moving upward, staying in the same spot. Hitting the tension point right about there, so a little bit closer than what we were before. Fully bottomed out. Bouncing back. Compare it with our other shock. Fully bottomed out. A little bit of pushback. This one looks like it's pushing back a little bit further still. Fully bottomed out and revolving back. So maybe one more time on this to see if we got it. Gotta get that a little bit closer. Same thing. Keeping this compressed. And loosening up our cap. Felt the tension on the piston release as I got that cap loose once again. Just telling me that it's letting a little bit of air out. And snug this guy back down again. Okay, what are we looking at here? Fully compressed. Rebounding back, not so far. Definitely closer on that one, as for sure. Fully extended. Not drawing back in. No vacuum on the inside. Push it back down. Fully bottomed. Pushing back out to about there. We'll compare it with our other shock to make sure. And it's pretty close. So I think we'd be okay with that. I might loosen this up one more time. Just because I'm a perfectionist. So same thing, putting pressure on the shock, pulling that down. We'll loosen up our cap one more time. Felt the tension release on that piston once again. And tighten it back up. After you're all done and you get it to where you want, then snug it up a little bit extra. Make sure you don't strip out the threads, but a little extra just to make sure it's not going to come undone on you. Not terrible. So once again, if you are a real perfectionist, you can go ahead here and hold that shock fully compressed and loosen up that cap once again ever so slightly and try to get that a little bit closer across the board. But once again, oil-filled shocks can be a real nightmare. So you can spend a lot of time trying to do this, and ultimately you might get a vacuum stuck in there. Right now where these guys are sitting, they're basically even. We're going to try to get the other two sitting in the same position as these guys with that same amount of little bump stop there with that air pocket, if it happens to work out that way, and call it good on our shocks. All right, so I'm going to go ahead here and bleed the rest of these guys off camera, these two, see what we're looking like at the end, and then we'll move on from there. All our shocks are bled and good to go. Everything's been adjusted. Went through and rebled these a couple more times, make sure that they're all equal and bottoming out in the same position, making sure our end links are all sitting in the same position so we have roughly the same gap between the bottom of the cylinder there and the end link on all of our shocks. And once again, we have that little air pocket there, which is not the end of the world. As long as we don't have a vacuum, we're doing okay. This thing's going to be running with a compressed suspension or a sagged out suspension. So for the most part, it's going to be sitting like this when it's driving around on flat ground. And it gives us that little bit of bump there, bump stop for any upward impacts. And then all kinds of stretch for articulation. And it works out really well. I think most pro crawlers run with a sagged out suspension setup on their vehicles. My niece's Redcat Gen 8 is also running a sagged out suspension setup on that, which is a custom Redcat Gen 8 with 110mm shocks all the way around. And it works pretty well with the sagged out suspension. So we got all our shocks dialed in. We're all good to go on that aspect. Just a matter of getting our springs on there and adjusting your spring rates. They suggest 5mm for the right front, right rear, left rear, and on the left front, the driver's side front, they want you to go to 9mm. And I'm sure that that is for adjusting for torque twist. So they want it a little bit stronger on that left front versus all the rest. But this is all according to your liking or according to your choosing how you want to run your suspension, how stiff or how soft you want it to be. So all this varies. As long as they're keeping all these guys even and your right one a little bit further down, you should be okay. So we'll go ahead here and get our shock springs installed, which should be, once again, pretty easy. If you're using your stock shock springs, there they are right there in the bag. We are not. We are using some Traxxas Super Soft, or the softest springs that you can get, which once again are the white stripe springs. And they are a 0.29 rate, part number 8153, not being sponsored by anybody. But there we go on that. Once again, kids, be careful with knives. Cut away from you. Don't slice your fingers open. Got 2 springs right there. We don't need to cut the whole bag open. Just enough to get the spring out. So don't cut your fingers. Be very, very careful. And if you do, it's your own fault, not mine. It's not like I didn't warn you. Alright, so getting our shock springs separated here ever so gently. There we go. Little white stripe right there on the top of the spring. Camera's not focusing in on it, but there it is. We'll go ahead and get these guys adjusted. We'll say this is the right front, and we'll keep it down a little bit further than the rest. We're going to install the spring with that white stripe there at the top. Does it matter? Probably not, but I think for the most part, people like to keep that adjustment stripe or that setting stripe up towards the top, so it's easier to see visually. Go ahead here and put our end cap on. Tapered part facing towards the bottom. Collar portion going up towards the spring. Snap that on over the shaft, slip it down over top of the knuckle, the eyelet, slide it down like that, make sure it's seated. And there you go. Here's one shock, done. One thing I don't care about new style shocks versus shocks from the 80s. Shocks from the 80s had the adjuster collar up on top, had a little Allen screw going through it, so you would clamp it down like a clamp. And the shock cylinder was smooth, perfectly smooth. It didn't have any threads on the cylinder. This one's got threads on the cylinder. All the new ones, for the most part, have threads on the cylinder. But the old school style shocks just had a clamp up on top up here. And you would just clamp it down and tighten the screw to keep it held in place. And your shock springs traveled past that cylinder a lot easier. You weren't hearing that noise of the spring hitting the threads, which is kind of a hang-up point. It's one thing I don't like about new style shocks versus the shocks from the mid-80s, early 90s that had a smooth shaft on them. To me, in my mind, those were a lot better than any of these new style shocks, that is for sure. That's going to be our driver's side front. The rest of them, I'm going to dial these down a little bit further. Keep them roughly equal. We're going to be messing around with these once we get them on the truck to make sure the truck's sitting level. As long as we're roughly equal, we should be okay. Installing our shock spring. Installing the retainer across the bottom. Snapping it into place, slipping it over top of our eyelet. And voila, wham bam, thank you ma'am. We have another one ready to go. And even with this spring on here, it still feels pretty darn stiff, really, for what it is. Maybe some lighter shock oil in the future, possibly. Once again, we don't know what the weight is on this, because it doesn't tell you. We didn't use all that much, though. We definitely have a lot left over, that's for sure. Enough in here probably to do 4 shocks, or 8 shocks in all reality. Traxxas was generous with their shock oil. I'm actually going to dial this down just a little bit further. I'm going to dial it down to the point of where our spring is just touching here, which might be all the way at the top, almost at the top. There's nothing stopping this from coming off the top of the shaft other than this eyelet right up here. So that's a bummer. It doesn't have like a keeper up there to stop it from leaving the shaft or the top of the cylinder. So right now we got just a little bit of slop there. And we're still on the thread up top. I'm going to start it out right about like that. It's a bummer that there's no keeper up there. It should like stop. The thread should stop, so this can't go up any further than X amount, than a certain point, like, you know, say right up in here. Should have like a stopper where the cylinder is just a little bit fatter and you can't unthread it. This is the extra bonus material you get from me doing a video. You get to hear my opinion. All right, so we're pretty sloppy right there. Hot dog in the hallway. We'll just lower this guy down. Spin this down until it makes contact. Just like that. Moving on to our last shock. All right, so we were sloppy. That's good. We're just going to spin this guy down once again until it makes contact with the spring. And call it good. At least to start off with, until we see what we get, how much sag we get out of it with the truck sitting on it, and how things work out. All right, so there's all 4 of our shocks assembled. We'll be moving on to page 8 in our manual. Flipping the page. All right, next step. Remove the front and rear center drive shaft assembly. So we'll go ahead here and get those guys removed, pull out our drive shafts, and then we'll move on to our next step, which will be removing the eyelets off of our engagement servos or shift servos for those differential lockers. So we'll go ahead and pop those off after that. And then unscrew the eyelet off the end of these guys, because we're going to reuse that eyelet onto the new cables. Kind of a bummer that Traxxas didn't include new eyelets. I mean, what the heck, Traxxas? Brand new kit, you could have included eyelets on it, so we don't have to try to reuse our originals. All right, so let's go ahead, flip the truck upside down, and get these drive shafts removed. Vehicle flipped over, gaining access to our drive shaft hex pins here. Here's one removed right there. Traxxas does include a little bit of, or does install a little bit of blue Loctite on these guys. I'm going to go ahead and put this in my magnetic tool tray so we know right where it's at. Go ahead and remove the other end of it. Well, there we go. We got her loose. We got lucky on that one. She was jumping for a second there. I thought for sure it's going to be stripped out. All right, so there's our next one. This one was skipping a little bit on the inside of the head there on the hex. Could be from the rounded over hex on this guy. Always want to use nice sharp angled hex wrenches to make sure that you're not going to have a problem with that. I'm going to put this one off to the side of my magnetic tool tray just so I know. Putting it over here on the side just so I know that that was one that was giving us a little bit of a problem. Moving on to the front. sure to get good contact on that. We got that one removed. Put it next to the rest. That one's jumping a little bit. Alright, so I'm going to switch out to a different hex wrench, something with a little bit better angle on it, better teeth. There we go. Sometimes it can be as simple as a worn out hex wrench. Now if you're using the old school Allen wrenches, hex wrenches that are L-shaped, you can just simply cut a little bit off of that Allen wrench and make it a little bit shorter to get into some fresh meat on the hex. But when it comes to something like these team associated wrenches, once that's gone, you only have a little bit of leeway there to gain a new bite before you need to get another end piece for your wrench. But this one was okay, we got it out. I'm going to put it over next to the other questionable one. Just so we got those two questionable ones side by side. Collapsing our drive shaft and removing our front drive shaft. So there's the front drive shaft right there, pretty beat up. Seeing some rock rash. And our wild bore insert on the inside, which is pretty darn stiff. We're going to be replacing these ends, and maybe not the insert. I think the insert's going to stay the same. We're just going to be replacing these ends over here on either side. So there's our front drive shaft. Let's get our rear drive shaft removed. Same thing. Got that guy off of there. Rear drive shaft is longer than the front drive shaft, FYI. Okay, next step, which is going to be removing our servo horns, or removing our little eyelets right here off the end of our servo horns, which is kind of easy to do. We adjust our camera and get to that. All right, continuing along here with our shift servo linkages here. Now these guys, they show in the manual just popping these right off by hand. Well, not necessarily by hand, but just popping them straight up. But that's not necessarily the case. You might need a small flat bladed screwdriver or standard screwdriver to get underneath there and kind of pry up against it a little bit, trying not to damage these little eyelets or ball joints or cups, whatever you want to call it. So I'm putting the screwdriver right in underneath it, just between the top of the ball joint and the cup there, and I'm going to try to twist on the screwdriver and pull up on this at the same time and try not to damage our shift servo in the process. There we go, we got one removed. Same thing on this side, coming in the side. Try to pull up on it and twist on the screwdriver a little bit. There we go, making sure that we're not damaging our cup down here, that socket. So there we go, we got both of those removed. Next step is removing the little keeper right here, which is a 2.5 millimeter hex wrench. We don't have to remove this all the way, just enough to get the cable out of here. The cable is basically sitting in a little groove around this rubber grommet right here, or a nylon grommet. It kind of gets locked into place right down there. I don't know if we're going to catch that on camera. It just kind of snaps in like that, and your screw just holds it in place so that cable can't walk back and forth when you're trying to disengage or engage the front and rear differential. So you don't need to remove that all the way, just enough that we can pop that cable up and out of that slot, just like that. Well, the next step is going to be removing the eyelet from the cable, which is what they want you to do. You might need a pair of needle nose pliers for this, depending on how tight this is, so we can work that guy loose. There we go. Not too bad. Came right apart. All right, there's one. That off to the side in our parts tray and go to the other one. Now these cables do have a little flat spot on it where it was crimped right there, so make sure that you put your pliers on that same flat spot. Don't create a new flat spot and ruin that crimp. Alright, getting ready to turn the page on our manual. We've got this step all completed and our ends removed. Next step, page 10, removing the rear axle assembly. So we have to remove our upper and lower links from the frame down here. Pay attention to your screw sizes here. Make sure you pay attention to all this nonsense, and you're probably going to have to use this little ruler when you're putting stuff back together to make sure you have the right length screw in the right area. But our rear lower link is a shorter screw versus the upper link, slightly longer. And then a different size screw here, 23 millimeter, to go through the shocks right there at the end. So they want us to remove the rear axle off the vehicle, remove our links on the rear axle, remove the shocks from the rear axle. And then they go on to removing the front axle and the links and the shocks. And then they go on to installing the diff lockers. So we'll flip our truck upside down and start removing these screws. Truck flipped over sideways. We're moving on to our next two screws for our upper and lower links, which is right here and right there. And then our shock screw, which is right up here. I know, real professional. I'm sorry. As long as you guys get the point. I might have the camera just a wee bit too close, so we'll pull the camera back a little bit. Do a little readjusting, zoom in a little bit. See what is happening over here. Maybe crank up our light just a little bit. There we go. And all is well in the world. Once again, we are reusing all of our hardware. Make sure to be careful with all of your hardware, because we will be reusing all of this stuff. Now I could use a powered screwdriver for doing all this stuff, but hex heads seem to strip out pretty easy. So I prefer doing all this stuff by hand, just to make sure that nothing is going to get damaged along the way. Lower our vehicle down, move it over a little bit here, change our camera up a little bit there, and take a peek at our next screw, which is right here. Extreme close-ups. Alright, spin our vehicle around. Take care of the other side. We might as well do our shock right now since we're here and the room is paid for. We might as well take care of this one. Debris. Debris. Axle's getting pretty loose. Pretty darn loose there. Next two screws right here and right here. Retrieve that here in a second. Move on to our upper screw. Get this guy removed. screw. And our lower screw might be a little bit more difficult. We're not going to catch on camera very well from that angle, that's for sure. Move our axle in a little bit there, take some tension off of it with my other hand. And there we go. And now we can remove our rear axle. Go ahead here and pop out our lower links. And our other upper link already fell out. Upper link, fish our cable down from inside the chassis, paying attention to which way that cable is routed, how they have it going through the chassis. They've got it coming in right next to the passenger side of the battery tray. It's running in between our upper and lower links, right in between the two of them, and right up the middle, just to the right of the battery tray. Alright, we've got our rear axle removed, and according to the instructions, they want us to start stripping everything off of this guy. So we'll go ahead here and pull off our links and our shocks, and get this thing all good to go. Now, if you pay attention while you're taking this stuff apart, it makes things a little bit easier when you're putting them back together. Our lower link down here shares the same mount as our shock. Link sits in the middle in between this plastic bracket. Shock goes to the outside edge. Shock, we're going to be able to focus in on it, has a flange on each side of this eyelet, a skinny side and a fat side. The fat side always faces the screw head. That way there's no chance that this thing can pop off of its eyelet and walk itself over the screw. If you had the skinny part on the outside, then there's a chance that this could pop over the top of that eyelet and come right off. So you want the fat side on the outside facing the screw head. Just a mental note. They'll probably tell us about that when we go to put this thing back together. Alright, we got our shock removed. We'll go ahead here and slide our link out. Set that off to the side. Take the screw out of our shock and put that off to the side. And there is our shock. Spin it around. Working on the driver's side currently. Usually you can feel the screw jump when it's skipping back on the thread, so you know you're there. I thought it was there and it wasn't. Link. There's our shock and screw. And moving on to the next screw. Now, fatter head on this guy. And I think that's going to be the biggest hex wrench that I've got in this set here. What size is that? Let's see if we get to focus in on it. 2.5. 2.5 millimeter. This next screw. Most of the other ones that we're using are a 2 millimeter. 2.0 for the others. One big long screw going through the top half of the differential. And it has a smooth shank on part of the shaft, threads on the rest. If the camera would ever focus in on it. And we can go ahead here and slide out our rear links. Now as we slid these out, another thing probably to pay attention to, or just a mental note on, is the position of the end links at the end. These have a little taper on them, as we can see. And the taper is kind of going up and to the right. So when it slides up into the frame rails, it's sitting up in there, flush and flat on either side with the frame rails. Since these are coming out on an angle, it needs to be tapered so it lays flat on the frame rail. Making sure that we pay attention to that stuff. I'm sure they're going to tell us about that in the manual as well. It's just something else that you want to pay attention to. Alright, so 4 links sitting off to the side. Nice links. Can use these on another project, that is for sure, or just keep them for the Bronco for another day. Now our axle's kind of dusty, a little dirty. We're going to have to remove this little C-clip right here, or E-clip, to loosen up this cable, or to release the cable, as well as these 4 screws right here in order to pull off that diff cover. So what we need to do now is kind of wipe off our axle and get this thing somewhat debris free. That way we don't have to worry about anything getting into our differentials during this process. So I'm going to go ahead here and get this thing all cleaned up off camera, and we'll come back to our next page. Alright, we got her all wiped down, well, for the most part. We've got most of the loose debris off of it, at least in the area that we're going to be working. We're going to put this on a clean piece of paper towel when we work on this, or a paper plate, just to keep it a little extra clean, and go from there. So let's check out our manual and see what we have to do next. We'll set our axle off to the side, keep it in a clean position. Alright, there we go. We are all finished with page 11. Above and beyond, they want us to move on to removing our front axle. So page 12 is our next section here. We're going to go ahead and start removing our front axle. We've got 1 shock screw up on top, which is obvious. And then our link screws down below, they're showing 1 right here on either side, and then 1 right up in here on the inside of the frame rail. So maybe not so easy to see on camera, especially since the camera is having trouble focusing in on it. It's right up in this area. So we'll go ahead here and get to cracking on those guys. Alright, taking a look at the truck itself and all the screws that I have to remove. Lower links right here on either side of our cross member or transfer case mount, right there and there. Upper link coming off the axle goes up to the frame, to the screw right here. And I believe that's getting threaded into plastic. Yes, it is. Right through there. So nice, easy removal on that. We also have a few other things to remove. We have to remove our shocks, obviously, which are attached right here on the screw on the inner fender well. So it goes through the fender well, through the body mount or shock tower, and then back out the other side. We also have to remove our steering link going from the axle to the servo, up to the pitman arm there on the servo. And then we have to remove the panhard bar, which is that bar right there going to the axle, up to this mount right here on the frame. Panhard bar keeps your axle tracking straight. So as far as order on things to remove screws in, I think our steering servo might be last, just because we really don't have that good access to that screw on that steering servo for hitting it straight. So I think the first thing that I'm going to remove is going to be our shock screws on either side. Then we'll go ahead here and remove our links, our lower links and our upper link on either side. And we'll remove the panhard bar, and then we'll go ahead here and do that steering link last. Very last thing we do will be that steering link. So switching over to a 2mm hex wrench for our shock screws, 1 shock screw right here, and another one in the same place on the other side. Looking through the camera. Yeah, this is going to be a long video. Here's one. Spin our truck around, excuse the stream close-ups. Going underneath some wires, and the driver might not have good access to the screw the way my truck's set up. Or my brother's truck is set up here. This is going to be a tough fit here, getting into that screw. Driver's kind of in the way. Hitting it on a slight angle. So I might want to use a regular standard Allen wrench or hex wrench to get that one out, just because I don't have a good angle to get in here. Unless I can remove this by hand and spin this by hand, which I might be able to do. Get past our electrical wires. What are you doing to that guy? No, can't turn it. All right, let's try a pair of pliers on that thing. That didn't sound too good. That's a tight turn. Yeah, laughing because where I'm at. Alright, well, I don't know if we're going to be able to see what's happening here. Not that it really matters, eh? There she goes, there she goes, there we go. Ah. There we go. That was tough. Driver figures, you know, they get in the way. Alright, there we go. Go ahead here and grab this lower link. Since we're here, the room's paid for. There we go. Spin the truck around, get to the other side. Extreme close-ups. Get our lower mount right there, lower screw. And then our upper screw, which once again is right here. Pretty long screw for that upper one. Alright, so we can go ahead here and disconnect our lower links and our upper link from that part, which just leaves our servo arm and our panhard bar remaining. And now that we have everything else removed, we've got plenty of access to that steering link going to the servo. That is for sure. Before we were sitting kind of like that. Didn't really have enough room to get a driver up in there, but now we've got plenty of room to get a driver in there. As well as all kinds of access to get to our panhard bar. So we'll go ahead here and just remove our, well, we might as well remove the steering while we're here, I suppose. That way we're not putting extra tension on our steering servo. We'll spin the servo a little bit there. There we go on that. I'm just going to take this screw and put it right back in here. Just so I know where she goes. Hopefully we don't have to remove that again for anything else during this whole process. Well, we might have to. I think we're going to have to remove our servo horn to reattach our new servo to the new bracket. So that will have to come back off at some point in time, but we'll just leave this here because we'll be removing it from right there. All right, so let's go ahead here and pull off our panhard bar, which is in a bad spot as well because of my bumper angle right there. I'm trying to make sure I've got full contact here. Try not to change the position of this wrench too much as I spin it, just so I don't strip out the head there. Real professional. Sorry, they really can't see what's happening there. And we can remove our panhard bar. Paying attention to the position of the panhard bar, link there. Now it's facing down. And that is so it clears the axle when your suspension compresses, so it clears the top of that differential. That is the purpose of that. Alright, so that is pretty much all disconnected. Pop our shock out from the other side of the chassis. There we go. And there's a peek at our front axle and all its glory. Next step, removing all of our hardware off of our front axles per the instructions. We'll go ahead and get started on this nonsense. Removing our shocks and lower links, which are sharing the same mount, just like it was on the back axle, shocks being on that outside edge. Well, the screw length on these, don't quote me on it, but it should be the same length as it is on the rear for the rear lower links, just because it's the same darn setup as that rear lower link. So there we go, there's our front link. Go ahead and hit the other side. Get this one removed. Well, these screws have already been removed a few times. I took the stock axles off of my brother's Trx4 Bronco and installed them onto his Vatera Ascender K5 Blazer. So his stock axles were removed and they are currently sitting on his Vatera K5 Blazer. And these axles are some ones that he bought after the fact online. Not too sure if they're Endura axles or not. They were advertised as Trx4 axles. They do have all the correct Trx4 hardware that they came equipped with. The heavy duty hardware and a metal servo link. And I believe we paid right around $150 for a set of these front and rear off of the site that we got them from. And that was on eBay, not being sponsored by anybody, but that was a site that we went to. And that is where we got them from. So we'll go ahead and remove our pan hard bar. I'm going to go ahead here and take this pan hard bar screw and just put it right back into that bracket for the time being. Just so I know where it goes. We could do the same thing with our upper and lower links as well. Just run the screws right back in and you know where they went for the reassembly process. Just take them back out and put them back in as you go. Pan hard bar removed. Screw somewhat inserted. Next one is our upper link right here. And unlike the rear axle, we're still using that smaller 2mm wrench. Just like everything else, I think I'm going to go ahead and put this screw right back into the hole, at least a little ways. So I don't have to worry about messing around with trying to find the right screw and measuring everything out and blah, 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 blah. Let's go ahead and do the same thing with our links down here. We'll start these screws and get them somewhat put in place, as long as we're not going to hamper anything else on our project, which they shouldn't get in the way with our diff cable or removing the diff cover. So we should be all set with that. So there's a look at our front axle. Once again, I need to go through and wipe this thing off real quick and get it somewhat clean for this differential cable removal and installation process. And then we'll move on to the next page. Alright, so that is page 13 is done. Moving on to page 14. Removal of the differential cover from the front and rear axles. So once again, we're going to be pulling out those 4 screws to remove that cover, as well as that E-clip. Telling you to use a small flat blade screwdriver to remove the E-clip to pop it upwards. And then we'll move on to removing the cable and reinstalling the new cable. So Let's go ahead here, grab our rear axle, and start on that process. At the same time, I'm going to go into the product contents here and dig out our cables, which are sitting in here somewhere, I'm sure. There they are on the bottom of the box. These two guys right here. And we'll put these off to the side so we can get easy access to them. And they did come with new E-clips. That is nice because it's easy to damage those little guys. I suppose the first thing that I'm probably going to do is remove this E-clip right here and just get that out of the way right now before we get anything else taken apart. Alright, small flat blade in hand. We're going to go ahead here and try to pry in underneath our center point there and pop this loose. Don't know how well that's going to work or not. Putting my hand behind it just in case it goes flying. Which these things are kind of known to do. And it's also very easy to jab your finger in this process. Sometimes these guys aren't necessarily the easiest thing to remove. It's kind of a good thing that they gave you new ones. Might be easier to come in from the bottom and hit it on the bottom edge. Sometimes it's easier with a pair of pliers to go in on the bottom edge and just kind of have the pliers on one edge of the E-clip and bare on the other side, or on the cable on the other side. There we go. Gently removed. The only problem with using pliers like that is that it's real easy to bend this E-clip using the pliers. We're going to go ahead and set this E-clip right here on this paper towel so we know right where it's at. Alright, we'll go ahead here and remove our screws going to the rear diff cover. Try to keep this all pinched together as I do this, so there's no chance of that stuff flying apart on me. Putting a paper towel on the back edge, that way I don't get any red Sharpie on my hands. Off of those diff covers. Since we're going to do this one at a time, we're just going to put our screws off to the side inside our pie plate here, or paper plate, just to make sure we're not losing any of that stuff. Brightness a little bit. I'm sorry about the shadows, boys and girls. My apologies. Camera flash only goes so far as far as lighting things up. Both of our upper screws removed. Flip this guy upside down. Our bottom screws. Which are the same length as the upper screws. So no confusion there on screw sizes. Got that stuff removed. Next step, pulling off our diff cover on the back. Just like so. We'll set that face down in this paper towel over here. Gives us a good look at our rear differential and our rear differential locker. So next step is to pull this little horseshoe out right here. Now we're going to go to that section on the manual right here, which shows us sliding that little horseshoe portion out backwards, pulling our cable down through from the inside out. So we're going to be pulling the whole cable through that differential, disconnecting our little horseshoe, reconnecting it onto our new one, and sliding that whole assembly back into place. So we're going to push on the cable a little bit here, grab under our horseshoe a little bit, and see if we can pull this out of here. I'm going to use that same flat blade screwdriver and gently come in from the bottom. Say gently. Camera doesn't want to focus in on any things here. And persuade this upward a little bit without scratching it or scarring it up. There we go. Hopefully we caught that. Slide this out a little bit there. Yeah, it looks like it's only going so far. We'll go ahead here and disconnect this. You got that L shape going facing inward like that. Mental note on that. Go ahead and spin this off if we can. There we go. And setting our locker off to the side. Judging by the manual, the whole cable slides right through that differential and on out. So making sure that our cable is clean before we feed that through the differential here. We'll gently try to feed this through. There we go. And out she comes. Just like so. We'll set this guy off to the side, being our old cable. Gently set our axle down. Unwrap our new cables here. Once again, kids, be careful with knives. Cut away from you. Alright, removing our cables from yonder bag here. Leaving our E-clips in the bag, setting that off to the side so we don't lose it. Pushing our cables in all the way. Holding them up side by side, and one is longer than the other. Longer cable probably goes to the back axle. We're going to put these guys right here in the pie plate. Alright, we're going back to our manual here now that we've got all that done. Shut off our flash real quick so we can cut down on some glare. My apologies if this isn't bright enough for you guys and gals out there. Turn up the brightness ever so slightly here. We've got our E-clip removed. We've got our horseshoe diff locker removed. We pulled the cable through the differential housing. There's our horseshoe diff locker. We've got all that stuff removed, and we're going to go ahead and turn the page over to page 15 or page 16. We're on page 15. All right, checking out the next page. Install the new T-lock cable into the axle assembly. Step 1: assemble the locking fork and kit locking cable into the horseshoe. Step 2: rotating the horseshoe to lock that into place. Step 3: feeding our cable and horseshoe through our differential housing and snapping that back into place around our rear differential. Making sure we got everything facing in the right direction. Step 4 and 5 is installing the E-clip back onto the end of the cable over top of the differential area there to hold it in place. We're saying to use a pair of needle nose pliers to slide it down over the top and then snap it into place with the needle nose pliers. Next page, sorry about the glare, boys and girls. A little note here: move the end of the locking cable in and out to verify that the lock fork is moving back and forth on its pivot. So we're going to work that back and forth to make sure everything's working okay. Next step is to install our rear diff cover back into place, or our front diff cover. Alright, so here we go. We'll grab our longer cable, which is this guy right there. We're going to keep our other shorter cable on the plate just so we know where it's at. So we'll go ahead here and get our cable installed on our horseshoe. Key our flash back on. This nonsense. Get our camera to focus in on what's going on here. Hopefully it doesn't freak out. Don't freak out, camera. It's freaking out. It is freaking out, man. Alright, so cable, locker, horseshoe part facing forward. Sliding this into our locker. Easier said than done while you're looking through the camera. There we go, just like that. Rotating our locker just like that to lock that into place. Then we'll go ahead here and slide this whole assembly back through that rear differential area. Oh, making sure that we don't pull it out. Pull the cable out of the slot. So sliding this back into the rear differential, feeding it right through that top hole right there. Just like so. Alright, so we're going to feed our cable through. Try to line up our little horseshoe here on our inner spool. Make sure that our grooves all line back up. We'll snap our horseshoe back into that rear differential area, just like that. Make sure our cable is pulled through all the way, the top of the differential. And we've got that little flange showing right there. Alright, so that is all good. We'll go ahead here and get our E-clip put back on before we put our diff cover back on. And then we'll work our differential just to make sure that that is all working properly. Now when it comes to E-clips and C-clips and washers and things of that nature, there is a shiny side and a not so shiny side. These guys, you want the shiny side facing out, not so shiny side facing in. Once again, they're suggesting to use a pair of needle nose pliers to install this initially to get it put into place. Try not to take anybody's name in vain as you do this. My dad's got a specific name for these little clips. Because usually it's the first thing that flies out of your mouth when a clip flies across the room, or if you try to, or if you lose one. Pulling on the cable, keeping some tension on that to make sure that we've got this nice and exposed. You know, those pliers aren't really behaving so well. At least not this pair. I'm going to have to try to hold this in place roughly and pinch this on with our pliers. Hopefully we're going to catch this on camera. What's happening here? Ah, there we go. Another one bites the dust. Get our key back up here again. Different pair of needle nose. Pair that's not as worn out and abused. Putting tension on our cable to make sure that that is pulled out. Getting this somewhat put in place like that and crossing my fingers and praying that it doesn't move. Getting our pliers on the other side of that cable and gently pushing down. There we go, to snap that into place. Alright, so we've got our E-clip put back on. Now we're going to go ahead here and work our differential cable to make sure that everything is working properly back here. Which it appears to be working okay. Alright, so we're good to go there. We'll go ahead and get our rear differential cover put back into place. Just like so. Apologies once again for lighting and whatnot. Definitely not the most professional video, but probably the most in-depth that you'll see. Getting our lower screws started, not running them in all the way. Moving on to the upper screws and getting those guys started. Keeping pressure on this diff cover the entire time to make sure we're keeping everything pinched together. And I'm just going to snug these guys down, starting with this one right here. There we go, lightly snugged. Drop down diagonally across to the lower rear. Went from the upper left to the lower rear, kind of diagonal from one another. Same thing, just kind of snug that one down. Dropping over to the other side, lower screw. Getting that lightly snugged. Back to our upper screw. snugged. Don't have to go too crazy with these, boys and girls, just a little snug on the screws. You're screwing into plastic, keep that in mind. There's not much vibration or anything going on back here. Those guys aren't going to go anywhere, so don't go crazy on that stuff. Alright, so there we go. Our rear axle is reassembled with our T-lock cable. Now we'll go ahead here and do our front axle. Let's move on to the front axle and start that process here. Once again, we're going to have to remove one of these links to gain access to our front diff cover. So I'm going to go ahead here and pull the link off on the driver's side. Right there. Get in a position where we can actually see what is going on here. Pull that screw out. Pop the link out, run that screw back in just a little bit so we know where it goes. Just like that. Now our link is swung out of the way. We've got full access to our differential. So same thing as before, we're going to go ahead here and pop off our little C-clip, E-clip on the back. Get that thing removed. My apologies for lighting. Once again, they tell you to use a flat blade screwdriver for this portion, but sometimes I find it's easier to use a pair of needle nose pliers for this. We got it off with a flat blade, nice and easy. Take that one and let it drop down next to the other one. And start removing our 4 screws here. Going to our front differential. Or differential cover, I should say. One. Our differential upside down so we can get this guy back into the camera light. Onto our next 2 screws. All the while keeping pressure on that rear diff cover to make sure that it stays intact until we're ready to pull it apart. Man, lighting is terrible, I apologize. Trying to look through the camera at the same time. And seeing our mix of light and shadows. Which is tremendous. Go. On to the last screw. Those guys all appear to be the same length as well. Axle flip back upright. Grip jowl off to the side. Crank up our brightness a touch right there. Pull our diff cover off. Like so. Setting it face down. Axle is nice and greased up. Brand new axles once again. Only been used one time so far. Using a screwdriver to pop our horseshoe out of place. Pushing on the back edge to slide that cable out. And removing our cable from the front differential. Just like so. Set our front differential down ever so carefully. Twist and remove our cable here. Camera does not want to focus in on this. Try to take it out just like we did before. Getting that lower cable removed, or front cable removed. We'll go ahead here and reinstall our cable back onto the horseshoe locker. Hands are a little bit greasy. Camera doesn't want to focus. Turn into place. And slide our cable back through the axle. That hole right up there. Top pull. That's the one that we're going for. Get our locker slid back over top of our hub there. Making sure that's locked in place and everything is working okay. Snap that into place. See our differential is moving in and out nice and easy. So we're all good to go on that one. Go ahead here and slide our diff cover back on. Just to get that out of the way. The last time we didn't. We hooked everything up first. We put the C-clip on first, the E-clip on first. This time I'm just going to kind of put that back in place just to kind of keep that stuff all sealed up. Now we'll go ahead and get our cable pulled into position, just like that. And put our new C-clip on. Once again, shiny side, flat side, going to the differential, back of the differential, shiny side facing out. Get this hooked up to our pliers. A slight angle. It's usually how I grab these guys. Try to get it so you guys can see what's going on, as well as letting me see what's going on. And trying to get our C-clip put into place. She is just walking around all over the place. Can be difficult to do. So I've got that somewhat set on here. Hopefully it doesn't walk around too far. I'm bumping the camera with my hand. Axle's moving around. Oh, she's trying to walk off the side. She's walking off. Try to get that to spin back up right there. Stay up there. Stay. There we go. Not so easy sometimes. Especially trying to do that on camera. Okay, so we've got our C-clip reinstalled onto our locker cable. And we can go ahead here and pull off this cover one more time. Actuate our cable. Make sure everything is working okay. Back here. Yep, and we are working fine. All good to go. Put our rear diff cover back in place. Fat portion going over top of the ring gear. I forgot to mention that on the last portion of the video. The front rear axle. Get our screws reinstalled. Maybe. Some sliding in easier than others. Just getting these all started for the most part. Not really running any of these in all the way just yet. This is our last one. I'm going to just get it to the point of being snug. That. Move up diagonally to our upper one. That was the lower left. We're moving up to the upper right. Get this one snug. We'll move down to our upper left. Get that one snugged up. And our lower right. Probably no reason to cross torque that. I'm just in the habit of cross torquing things. And just making sure that they're snug. Don't go too crazy with anything. Don't want to strip these guys out. There we go. So we got that all reassembled. We'll go ahead and reattach our steering link back up here. Get that reattached onto the upright spindle. Once again, just snugging it up, you're screwing in the plastic. Alright, so there we go. There's our front axle assembly all taken care of. Per the instructions. Alright, let's move on to the next page. Keep your flash off so we're not blinding ourselves. So we are on page 17 there. We are moving on to page 18. Reassembly. Install the new lift kit suspension links and GTS shocks on the rear axle assembly. So we'll go ahead and get our rear suspension links and shocks put into place on this guy. Once again, making sure that we're paying attention to the orientation on our end links with our flat spots and curved spots and getting everything lined up correctly. Dig back into our parts box here. We got 3 links right here. This is for the front axle. Your 2 lower links and your 1 upper link. So this is 3 in a package. We got another package right here with 4 links. So we can safely assume that this is for the rear axle. Once again, we are installing this kit onto a 312 millimeter wheelbase. Your flash on, sorry about that. We are installing this kit onto a 312 millimeter wheelbase, so these guys are already set up for 312 millimeters. If we want to go to 324, we'd have to unscrew our end links here, the eyelets, and screw on these longer eyelets to accommodate the 324 millimeter kit, or 324 millimeter vehicle. Alright, so once again, using a razor knife, X-Acto knife, cutting this bag open for our rear axle assembly. Cut away from you. And removing our rear links. Now, all the leftover hardware that came into this kit, I'm going to put into a separate bag or a separate container and label it accordingly so I know what those links go for, those eyelets go for, so I know that those are for the 324 millimeter wheelbase Trx4. And there's no mistaking what these guys are for. Same thing with all the leftover parts. Shock springs that we didn't use, our stock shock springs, I've got those set off to the side as well and labeled 110 millimeters, so I know exactly what they're for. Alright, so there's a peek at our rear links right there. Well, relatively close in length. Comparing the two, we've got 2 links with straight ends, and we've got 2 links with tapered ends. I believe our tapered ends go up on top, on the narrowest portion of the axle, like that. And these other straight links go on the bottom. So lower links, upper links. Another mental note. These links are powder coated red. They don't necessarily match the anodized aluminum shocks. Now, that was something that bothered me when we first got this kit. After we opened it up and looked at everything, I was under the impression that these were anodized links. Maybe the original kits were anodized, not too sure. But these guys are powder coated. So not too cool having these guys being powder coated. The black suspension kit, on the other hand, has anodized links, from what I'm aware of. They are just like your stock links. They are anodized. So FYI on that, the black lift kit comes with anodized links, and the red and blue come with powder coated links. Wah wah wah. Bummer on the powder coating. We got everything laid out here for assembly, all our hardware laid out for assembly, our upper and lower links, required screws, our shocks, and the axle. So taking a peek at our instructions once again. Lower links are straight. The eyelets on the ends are straight. We're going to need a M3 by 27 millimeter screw that's going to go through the shock and through that mounting bracket, holding that link in place. Same thing on the other side, running that through. Upper links, we're going to put those guys together the way they have it facing here, with that little taper going out on either side, and our taper going in on either side towards the top. We're going to use that 30 millimeter screw up there, the M3 by 30. Alright, it should be pretty cut and dry here. So we're going to take one 27 millimeter screw, checking out our shock, end link on our shock once again. Eyelet on the bottom has a fat side and a skinny side. You want the fat side facing the screw head. That way there's no chance that can pop off and over the top of the screw head. Looking at our lower links and the eyelets on these guys. Same diameter on each end. Small diameter on each end, so it doesn't matter which way you have these facing. So we'll go ahead and get one of these links put into place. Slid into our rear axle portion here, which sometimes can be easier said than done. There we go, we got that snapped into place. Oops, fumbling things around on camera. Lovely. Get this all fed through here. There we go. And we'll go ahead and snug this one down. Once again, screwing into plastic. Don't go crazy. It's not going anywhere. There's one lower link and shock. Reattach to the axle. Go ahead and move over to the other side. Get our lower link plugged in. Making sure that we're using a straight link. Snap that in place. Grab a screw, grab a shock. Making sure that we run our screw through that flange in the correct direction. Just like so. Run our screw through yonder hole, just like so. Just like that. And tighten this baby down. Or snug it down, I should say. We're not going crazy. Screwing in the plastic. Don't go nuts. It's not going anywhere. Alright, so there's our two lower links set in place. Moving on to our upper links. These guys are attached via one screw through the middle. One screw right through the middle. So we want to have these guys sitting on here so our tapers are like this. Just like that. So our lower links are facing away from each other. Just like that. That is how we want that to be. So my apologies if you can't necessarily see what's happening here. Hopefully the camera is going to do us a little bit of justice, but probably not. Probably not. So we'll start off with our inside edge over here and get this one started. Run our screw through just to make sure that we're going through it. We'll move around to the outside one and get that one put in place. Just like so. And run our screw through it and get that started. And since that is our fatter Allen head down there, we've got to switch up our wrenches to the big guy. That one. And we'll get this one tightened down. Snug down. There we go. Again, don't go too crazy. Don't want to get that too tight. A little extra slop gives you a little extra flex. Get things too tight and you don't have as much flex and articulation. Alright, checking out our assembled product here, making sure that we got everything going the way that it's supposed to be going. Straight links on the bottom, taper links up on top. Taper is facing like that. And we are all good to go. So let's move on to our front axle assembly. Alright, we've got our front axle on the plate, front shocks laying on the plate, front links in hand. Bag pre-opened. Checking out our links. Longer links are for the lower portion of the axle. Single shorter link is for the upper portion. Checking out our longer links, making sure that everything is copacetic. Straight ends on either end. And our little swivel balls have the same size flange on either end. So no fuss with these guys. They should be pretty self-explanatory for putting those guys on. Upper link, on the other hand, has a tapered eyelet on either side. But the swivel ball has the same size flange on either end. Right there. As to what direction this goes in, now that is a question. Checking out our manual. It doesn't necessarily show you in the manual what direction it's going in, but it kind of looks like they've got this curved portion facing to the right. Like this, which we put this portion on the frame just like that, which is probably how it's supposed to go. So this is facing away from the edge of the frame, and this is facing away from the edge of the axle, I'm assuming. All right, so let's go ahead and get this put together. We'll go ahead and start with our upper link. Not to bounce all over the map here. Get our screw removed since we left our screws in place. There's no confusion as to what screw sizes are which on this one. Get our link slid through our axle with it facing to the right like this. Just like that. And we'll get our screw put in place. Try to do this through the camera. Not so easy through the camera. And get this all tightened back down. Once again, we're just screwing into plastic, so just snug this down. Don't go crazy here. Just want that snug. Making sure that this has nice, free, easy movement on it. So our link is facing off to the right as we look at it. And our flat spot will be sitting on the frame. Alright, moving on to our lowers, which is once again pretty self-explanatory on this nonsense. Grabbing a shock, looking at the flange, making sure that we have the flat edge or the fat edge of the flange facing the screw. Links, not a big deal, same size on either end, so we'll go ahead and get these guys slid into place just like so. They kind of snapped in down there. Get our shock screw threaded through and snug this one down. And just snugging it down, don't go too crazy. Felt a little tight there. Swivel ball just feels a little tight. It's got nothing to do with how tight we've got our screw down here. This is just a swivel ball inside that plastic housing, or that eyelet. It's a little bit tight on that one. I'll move it around here a little bit and try to get this to loosen up. That way we're going to have free movement when we're out on the trail. Oh, it feels a little bit better. Still has a little bit of drag on it, but not too bad. I guess it is what it is. Alright, so there we go on the one side. Let's go ahead and move around to the other side. Same thing here. Get our screw removed. Slide our link in place. Got the shock in my hand. We'll slide our link in place. Apologies for camera angles, boys and girls. Alright, so we got that slid in. It slid in pretty easy. Get our screw. Take We'll look at our shock once again. Skinny side of the flange, fat side of the flange, fat side going towards the screw. Slide our screw through yonder hole down here and through the link, just like that, and go ahead and snug this side up. And there we go. And once again, a little bit tight on that ball joint, just like the other side. Don't want that stuff too tight. I mean, you don't want it really loose, but any kind of excess drag is going to affect your suspension travel and how smoothly that moves up and down or articulates. So I might want to work these guys around a little bit just to try to loosen this stuff up so it's not so tight. You get free travel out of it. You could probably spray a little bit of silicone spray on here, and that would probably also loosen that up just a wee bit, so it moves a little bit more freer. But there we go. We've got our shocks and links attached to our front axle, so our front axle assembly is ready to go. So let's turn the page and move on to our next step. We are all finished with page 19. Let's turn the page, page 20. Next step. Going on to the chassis. Removing the battery plate and existing steering servo mount. Skip this step if your vehicle is not equipped with a front battery plate. Well, we've got one. You can also use that as a winch mounting plate if you're creative. So we need to remove 4 screws there to get that battery plate out of the way. And then we need to remove our servo mount and remove our servo and actually split our frame to get that servo mount out of the frame rails. So we've got a lot of screws to remove right here. 1, 2 on the right side of the frame on the passenger side. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws on the driver's side. That way we can spread that frame rail apart. Slide this mounting bracket out from in between it. Take our servo out. Reinstall our servo into our new servo mounting bracket over here. Reinstall that bracket into the frame. Reattach our battery plate along with some spacers to go along with it. So there we go on that. Alright, so let's get started. We'll go ahead here and pull out those 4 screws for our battery plate and then move on to our servo mount and servo removal. Alright, so I do have a battery mounted onto that battery plate. 4 AA pack. Now, the only thing that 4 AA pack powers is the light bar on this vehicle. This has a Proline light bar on the roof of the truck, but all the other lights on the vehicle are Traxxas LEDs. So I need to go ahead here and remove this AA pack on the front. I'm going to tilt the truck up so we can kind of see what's going on here. A slight angle such as that. We'll get our camera put down a little bit like this. And we'll get this guy disconnected and removed. Once again, most people aren't going to have to worry about that. We have one on ours, so that is something we have to deal with. Alright, so taking a look at our battery tray screws, these guys are some fat guys. And that might be our fatter Allen wrench that we were using before, or hex driver that we were using before on that rear axle. Which once again I believe is a 2.5 millimeter. 2.5 mil on this one for our battery tray screws. Once again, you can use this as a winch plate if you're creative and get some holes drilled in the proper place. It will work as a winch plate as well. And that's what I'm using as a winch plate in our Trx4. We have an 8274 mounted right underneath the body. So 4 screws to remove right here. These guys have a pretty fat head on them. We're going I'll go ahead and just put these off to the side so we don't lose them and know right where they go. Another screw in this upper right corner, kind of hidden underneath our winch controller. Steering servo in this vehicle is a ProTech Black Label 370 TBL. ProTech 370 TBL Black Label. And it's pretty hefty. We're also running a Traxxas complete BEC kit in all of our Trx4 models and the Trx6. That way we're getting a positive 6 volts of electricity going to our servos. And the servo puts out a little over 600 inch-ounces of torque on 6 volts of electricity. It's pretty hefty. Alright, got our screws removed, and we can go ahead here and remove this external battery tray. We'll put that off to the side. Next step is going to be removing our steering servo out of here and the servo mount. Alright, so going on to the screws that we need to remove for this process. I'll zoom the camera in a little bit. Hopefully we can turn up the brightness a little bit and see what the heck we're looking at here. We need to pull out the bumper mount screws right there. 1, 2. This screw right here, so 3 and 4. And then 5 and 6 right there. They're going into our transfer case mount or cross member. 2 screws going into our steering mount and 2 screws going into our bumper mount, as well as 2 screws on the other side for the bumper mount and 2 other screws right here for our steering servo mount. Not to mention removing our steering servo. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead here and pull the steering servo horn off of the steering servo while we're here and get this taken care of. That way I can slide this thing out of there without a problem and not have to remove the servo from the truck itself. I don't want to unplug my steering servo. I hate unplugging and plugging things in like that. Just kind of a little extra wear and tear on things that you don't necessarily need to do. So removing the screw for our servo horn, like so. Making sure I've got my servo horn sitting right where it needs to be. This is very difficult, very hard on your servo, moving it around like this. So I pretty much want this on a right angle, so to speak. I'll go ahead and slide this off without disturbing that. So there is our servo horn removed from our servo. Apologize for the brightness. The camera has been moved slightly. Hopefully we caught that on camera. We'll go ahead here and get our screw installed on the end of our servo again, just lightly, just tight enough that we know that it's not going to get lost. Thread it in by hand there, just like so. And we'll go ahead and start removing all the screws across the top of the frame rail. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Take our bumper mount screws out first. There's our bumper mount screws. Hopefully we caught that on camera. I'm going to set those off to the side on a towel over here, furthest away, so I know that those came off of the front bumper portion of the frame. Move back to the next set right back here. Take a look on camera to make sure that we're seeing what we're doing here. Get these 2 guys removed. And we'll check out our screw length to see whether they're the same size or not, and yes, they are the same size. So I'm going to put these guys right in front of our bumper screws. So I've got our bumper screws and then our next set down the line. So I know right where they go. And then we'll move on to these two guys right back here, which are going into our cross member once again. Motor mount slash transfer case transmission mount. There's one. And two's playing hard to get. There we go. Checking out both of these guys, and these guys are the same size as well. So we're going to take these guys and move them just in front of the other ones. 1, 2, and 3. So we've got all the screws removed on this side. We'll go ahead and flip the chassis around. And I don't think we need to remove these two here. Well, maybe we do, maybe we don't. Definitely need to remove this one right here and this one right here for that servo mount. So we'll get those two removed just to get that covered. And go on from there. Hopefully we can see what's going on here. And we're not shadowed too badly here with our camera. Bump up our lighting just a wee bit there. According to our manual, these guys are both the same size. But we're not going to take that for granted. We'll check it out and make sure. Put them together, they are the same size. Okay. So I'm going to put these guys across from the other screws. So I know where they go. Now it's just a matter of removing our screws for our servo and getting that taken care of. Excuse my arm for being in the way. And separating our frame. Hopefully we can separate our frame at this point in time. We could probably pull our servo out of there right now if we wanted to. That servo mount, we'll see what happens here. We'll try to separate our frame a little bit. I only disconnected that bumper mount on one side. Just trying to loosen this up. Maybe slide that forward ever so slightly, just like that. And I'm going to go ahead and loosen up our servo mounts and get our servo detached while this thing is still in the frame and still torqued up. A little bit easier to detach the servo while that servo mount is still sitting inside the frame, since we're applying some torque to it to unscrew these screws. And we'll make sure to put all these screws in a separate location as well. Big fat taper on them. We'll put them up by the frame mount screws there. Front fenders are feeling pretty loose. Not much holding those on there at the moment. Inner fenders. One more screw to go. And she's playing hard to get. There we go. Alright, so we've got our 4 screws removed for the servo. We'll go ahead and slide our servo out of here ever so carefully. And we're going to leave that inside the vehicle, so I'm just going to drape that over top of the shock tower. Just like so. And we'll separate our frame out ever so carefully here and try to get our servo mount out of there. If we can. Yeah, it's a tight fit. There we go. Try not to bend the frame in the process. Moving on to our new steering servo mount, this guy right here. And let's refer to our instructions before we do that. Alright, so far we removed our auxiliary battery tray, removed our servo and our servo mount, and now we're going to be moving on to installing our new servo mount. Making note, originally our servo was mounted on top of the servo mount, screws going in from the top down, and on our new mount, the servo is going in on the underside of the mount, and the screws are going in from the underside up. Just FYI on that. And we're going to add a couple spacers here to our battery tray and probably some longer hardware to go along with that to reinstall our battery tray, our auxiliary battery tray. Alright, so we need to have our servo sliding in from the underside on this one, which means I'm going to have to disconnect my servo and run it up through the underside here, I believe. I don't think there's any other way that we can get this thing through here without disconnecting it. So, servo needs to be disconnected. I was just talking about how I didn't want to do that. I don't like plugging things in and unplugging them. It's just, you know, a lot of excess wear and tear. But we'll get this guy unplugged and move from there. Servo removed. We'll go ahead and get our servo mount put into place, which is going to go in just like this. Difficult part for me is going to be feeding it in past all these wires. Big mess of wires here. I'm going to start by feeding in the driver's side portion and getting that dropped into place and then snapping the other side in. Trying to get this past all our wires here. You guys and gals may not have to worry about that. But I definitely have a lot of wires going on under here. Excuse the dog barking. My apologies. Alright, so we got this kind of put into place. Sort of like this. Get our wires out of the way once again. A lot of wires in the way. And we'll kind of lift up our fenders a little bit here. I think we can disconnect our fenders from the chassis. So we'll go ahead and pop these guys loose a little bit and get those out of the way. Just like that. Oh, that makes life so much easier. Get a servo mount put in place. Sorta, kinda, in between the frame rails. I'm going to spread apart the frame rails with my thumb here. Hands and thumb, and there we go. We got that put in place. Kinda, sorta where it needs to be, just like that. We'll go ahead here and snap our fenders back on. Trying to ignore a dog barking in the background. There we go. We got our fenders put back in place. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. We'll go ahead and get this thing refastened. Get our screws ran back through on the frame. And our servo reattached. Alright, let's slap this baby back together a little bit here. Spin it back around to this side. We'll get our 2 screws put back in place for our servo mount. Making sure that our holes line up down here for the new servo mount. And using the same screws that we removed. Screws are going to go through the inner fenders and then into that servo mount. Hopefully we can see what's happening here. Screws going through the inner fender and then into that servo mount. got that one started. Go ahead and move to the other side. This one kind of snugged down ever so slightly, not quite all the way. Moving back to the first one. And we'll snug this one down as it needs to be, like so. Move back to our other one. Get that snugged down. Just like so. Don't go crazy, you're screwing into plastic. Alright, so the passenger side is done. As far as getting that remounted. Move over here to the driver's side. Just use the far off camera angles here. Gotta redial in my brightness a little bit every time we do this. Just so we can get all this stuff in the right position as far as things go. There we go. Alright, so moving on to our first set of screws right here for our servo mount. We'll get those put in place, which were our middle screws as I have them set off to the side. Get one in right here. Make sure that it's going into the correct hole. Same thing with the other side. Make sure that everything's going to line up correctly. We run our driver through everything just to kind of pull things together and make sure it's in the right position as we do this. We'll start driving these guys home. Same thing, getting one almost snug, just kind of still loosen the hole there. We'll get our second one in and somewhat snug, and then we'll go back to that first one again. Just want to make sure that everything lines up correctly. Screwing into plastic, don't go crazy. Once it stops moving, you're pretty much good. I think we're pretty much good on that one. And moving back up to our main mount right here. Okay, we're good to go on that one. Now switch gears and go back to our rear mounts here for the cross member, which are these 2 points, one here and one here. Same size screw once again on both of these guys, according to the manual. Got one put in place, the other kind of set in place, and we'll start driving these babies home. Nothing should have changed right here as far as your transfer case cross member area shifting around. It should pretty much still be in the same location. We just had to spread the frame rails apart just a little bit. So same thing, not tightening that one down all the way until we get our other one started and somewhat home. One snugged up. Back to our first one, get that one snugged up. Once again, screwing into plastic, don't go crazy. And our last two screws are the bumper mounts down here. We'll get those guys put in place. And then we'll move on to installing our steering servo, or reinstalling our steering servo. Now these guys are screwing into aluminum. My brother has an aluminum front bumper mount on this one. We want to get these guys maybe a little bit more snug, but still not going too crazy. But we do have an RC four-wheel drive Warren 8274 winch on the front. So we do want to make sure that this is firmly attached, at least in our particular situation, but most people are going to have a plastic front bumper mount. Don't go too crazy. We don't want to strip out the aluminum. We don't want to pull the heads off of the screw. We just want to get that snug, just like so. All right, so there we go. We've got our frame put back together and our servo mount put in place. Just a matter of feeding our servo back up and through. Getting everything lined up on that one. Making sure that we're feeding it up in the right direction with the servo horn over here on the right hand side. Just like this. So go ahead here and feed our wire back through. Get that up in there. Ever so gently. And get our servo put back in place. And this Protect servo is a real tight fit in here. Kind of putting a little bit of a bend on the wire to get that guy put in place, which is a little unnerving. We'll go ahead here and get our screws put back in place on this one. My apologies if you can't see what's going on here. Just getting these guys started. Once again, just basically getting these guys started. I'm not going to tighten them down all the way just because there's a little bit of wiggle room here with our servo, and I want to get that somewhat centered in place before we get things all the way tightened down. We're going to leave these screws a little bit sloppy. That way we can move this around a little bit if need be. Kind of wiggling around with my thumb. Make sure that we're not getting too tight here. There we go. Back to the next one over. Same thing, wiggle this around with my thumb as we get this tightened down. Tight right there. Back it off a little bit. A little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. Moving on to our two upper screws. And our camera position is pretty much terrible. Now that we've got these other two screws in there, we've tightened this up considerably. And pretty much self-centered at this point in time. Start snugging these guys up. A little cross torque on as I go. And just snugging these guys down. Once again, you're just putting this into plastic, so don't go too crazy. There's 4 fat screws holding that servo in there, and it's wedged in between a little slot there, so it's not going anywhere. Alright, so there we go. We've got our servo reattached per the instructions there. And all that stuff is put back together. Next step is to reinstall our external battery tray and a little lift kit spacers to go along with that, and some new hardware to go along with that. And here is the bag of parts right there. Comes with our new hardware and our little lift kit spacers. So we'll get this guy repositioned and move on to that. Alright, getting ready to install our battery plate back into place, our external battery plate. We're going to go ahead here and open up our little lift mounts here and our extra hardware. Once again, kids, cut away from you when you're doing this. We're going to dump all this stuff out right over here on the side. Just like that. Put our knife off to the side and get that out of the way. Side note, we did not need to remove the panhard bar off of the front axle. So we need to go ahead and reattach this as well. While we're here, we'll just go ahead and do that real quick just to make sure that we've got that put in place before we get too far ahead of ourselves here. So I'm going to just take this screw out here. Luckily we left that screw in place, so no big deal there. Run our screw once again through the fat side of the eyelet right there so it can't back off. This is facing like this so it can wrap down around the top half of the differential. Looking at our axle, we'll go ahead and get this guy put back in place, just like that. They don't say anything about removing this in the manual. I thought they did. That is my mistake. So if you're watching this video, make a mental note on that stuff there, so you don't make the same mistake as I did. It did not need to get removed. So pretty easy to attach. Not much to mistake here. And we're just going to snug this guy back down. Okay, there we go. And she is successfully reattached. Alright, let's move on to our external battery tray here. Getting this guy put back in place. Wider mounts there go towards the back. And we've got our little lift blocks that need to get put in place here. So we're going to need to match these guys up with that correct angle so that these are sitting in the right place. This could be fun. This might be fun. Not necessarily. Alright, so I'm just going to slide one of these screws through just like this. Get our other screw kind of mocked up and put in place like that. Hold these two together. Get the other side ready to go. Get our two screws put in place. Just like so. And get our crazy little mount put in place as well. Making sure that we got that going in the right direction. Just like that. Now, a tricky part here for me is going to get this stuff past these wires. At this point in time, I could run these wires down underneath this mounting bracket, but I like to keep this stuff as far away from the elements as I possibly can. So we had a little problem there. Part of our bracket fell off. We'll get that guy put back on place. A little bit of a juggling act here. Got some puppy dogs in the background making noise. Pardon me for that. Can't get past it. My apologies if my hand is in the way. I'll just try to get this light wire over top of our brackets here, just like that. And see if we can maneuver this guy into place, just like this. Something like this. And get these guys put in place. This is going to be somewhat of a juggling act here. Especially dealing with these light wires. Alright, we got a couple of them somewhat started. At least get these screws started so we don't have to worry about these spacers moving around on us. Alright, there's one started right there. Get this other one started. Get it in place so we know it's going to be good to go. Alright, we got that one good to go. Move on to our next one here. This one is going in its proper slot. And onto the last one, and that one is going in as well. Alright, so we'll go ahead and run these guys down. Once again, not tightening down any of them at once. Just kind of snugging down that first one a little bit, leaving it a little bit sloppy. Over to the opposite corner, and doing the same thing here. These screws are fitting into a recessed pocket on this plate. I want to make sure that all the screws are fitting into that pocket before we start snugging things down. as with everything else, you're just screwing into plastic, so don't go crazy with this stuff here. Just snug it up. Just like so. Next step is going to be getting our servo hooked back up again, so I need to rerun our servo wires, reroute our servo wires, get them put back in place through the frame rails, as well as getting it plugged back in. Right back here is this little plastic tab, and one of these wires needs to get slid, or your steering servo wire needs to get slid into that. That's the first mounting location, and that can be tough to do, especially on camera. Going back to that flat blade screwdriver here, I'm going to try to go in from underneath and pry this thing open a little bit. So we can get our servo wire down in there. Right down there is a little plastic clip. And that is what we need to feed this wire into. Like I said, easier said than done on this one. I'm going to use a flat blade screwdriver and kind of come in from the other side and see if I can open this up a little bit from the underside to get that wire to slide in on top. Just like that. My apologies if you didn't catch that on camera. There we go. We've got our servo wire kind of put back in place on that first mounting location. Next mounting location is right up in here in between the frame rails, right there. We need to kind of zigzag our wire through that, which once again is kind of easier said than done. Try to do this without damaging your servo wires, which is the easier said than done part. There we go. We've got that through there. Mine are getting routed through some lead weights after that. And then on up to our servo lead coming out of the receiver box. Which goes in just like that. We've got some excess slop here. I'm going to try to fish that back through our hold down area and get our slop out of this end up here towards the top. Get rid of some of that excess slop so we don't have to worry about our wires getting snagged on our linkages there for our T-lockers on the differentials. And we'll just end up with a little bit of excess slop up here by the steering servo. Something like that. Alright, so that is reinstalled. Mid-video interruption. Alright, so we just finished installing our battery tray lift kit right here, which actually raises up your battery tray so it sits even with this second notch right there on the outside edge of the fender. Before it sat down into this recessed pocket right down here, which is a little bit lower than that notch. As we can see in the stock position, it was sitting right down here. And now we're lifting it up so it's even with that flat spot right there, which means you can get a larger battery in here a little bit easier. But having that weight high up in the air is never good for crawling. You always want a low center of gravity on your vehicles, like our Traxxas battery tray that is slung low in the center of the chassis, perfectly placed. Motor kind of slung low up here in the center of the chassis, center forward. Battery tray, having this external battery tray lifted up, is going to put your weight up a little bit higher, and that's not good. Definitely not good. Now, depending on this, if you are running an aftermarket battery in here or a extra battery in here to run your accessories, depending on your size of battery, you don't necessarily have to lift your battery tray. Some slight trimming on the battery tray, and you can drop this right back down into the original location. The only reason it's lifted up right here is because it's hitting the servo. It's actually, they must have moved the servo forward slightly. I think before our servo was closer to our shock tower back here in body mount, so that servo must have got shifted forward ever so slightly in this process. But if you were to make a cut, even with the top of the screw, so just come in right here and cut straight across and right back over to here, you could drop this battery tray right back down into its original location. Which right now, once again, is sitting lifted. Drop it back down and you'll have a lower center of gravity. So we're running a 4AA pack. Pay no attention to the brand name. It just happens to be what it is. But it's just sitting in the center here. We've got plenty of side-to-side slot. Technically, we should have some foam wedges in here to keep this stuff held in check. But regardless of all that nonsense, if you do want to countersink your battery tray back down into the chassis, all it would take is to make a little cut right across here and right back over to the other side. Just basically above these two screw holes, and you'd have plenty of clearance. So just a little mental note on that stuff. Hindsight's 2020 once again. I'm going to do that on this vehicle since we're running a smaller battery pack up front here. So I'm going to go in after the fact here and make a little cut, put this on the bandsaw, just because I happen to have a bandsaw. Slice that little edge off right there and countersink our battery tray back down into the chassis so we can keep that weight nice and low on the frame. Alright, sorry about the mid-video interruption. I just wanted to throw that little heads up out to you guys and gals out there. If you want to countersink your battery tray, it is possible. Just have to make a little cut across that battery tray. Give you a little extra leeway, a little extra room there to drop it back down into the chassis. Alright, let's get back to our video. Alright, so we've got our external battery tray put back in place, our external battery pack put back in place, all our wires ran back as cleanly as they previously were. Not necessarily. Next step here is to go ahead and get our servo horn put back on here. Get that set back in place. Go ahead and remove our M3. Hold down screw. Get our servo horn set back on. Just like so. Run our M3 back in. This one we're going to tighten down pretty good. Don't want this coming loose, at the same time don't want to strip things out. But yeah, put a little bit of torque onto that one. There we go. Alright, continuing along, turning the page, going from page 21 to page 22. Reattaching our front axle assembly to the chassis. Next page, they talk about hooking up your steering link to the servo. I think we're actually going to do that first, so we have got that extra slop in there to work with and make that job a little bit easier before we reattach our links and all that other good nonsense. Mental note down here in the bottom corner, they say that they have a red steering link, drag link, and pan hardbar set available, as well as a blue steering link, drag link, and pan hardbar set in case you want to switch all that stuff over so it matches. Part number for that is 8146R, pound 8146R for the red steering link kit, and pound 8146X for the blue steering link kit. Just FYI on that nonsense. Alright, so let's go ahead here and get this put back together. We're going to start off once again with getting our servo hook back up, and then we'll go ahead and reattach everything else. Mid-video interruption. Alright, my apologies, boys and girls. I don't know how I missed this. We actually had the whole kit put together. Did two videos with the truck. One with 2.2 tires up against my Trx4 Bronco with the stock suspension and 1.9 tires. This thing blew my doors off. Did another video after that with this thing with a set of 1.9 Traxxas Deepwoods on it against my niece's custom Red Cat Gen 8 long travel with 110mm shocks and my custom carved Traxxas Deepwoods. Pitted these two guys up against each other. It blew its doors off again. So Bronco is the ruler of the day on two videos so far, but I somehow missed something on our build video. I missed one screw here on our build video, and I don't know how I did this. Only thing I can think of is because Traxxas had this labeled as servo mount. So right here on page 22, I'm going to clip this into our video so you guys and gals out there aren't going to miss a beat. You won't have to go back and do this. This will be part of your build. But when we're installing our front axle back into the chassis down here, and we're getting ready to connect everything, we need two 3x15mm screws for our lower links. One over here on this side, one over there on that side. We need one 3x23mm screw for our upper link, where the upper link meets the chassis. We we need 2 more 3x23s to attach the shocks back up to the shock towers. Now down here, it says we need a 3x15 millimeter to attach the panhard bar back up to this location right here. And then below that, it says 3x20 millimeter servo mount. Now when I seen the servo mount, I just kind of assumed that we took care of all of our servo stuff when we did our servo, which was on a couple of previous pages. So I was not thinking that this had anything to do with what we were doing. I don't know why, but we missed a screw right there, a 3x20 millimeter. Now what that does is that attaches our new panhard bar / servo mount bracket to the old panhard bar location. Now our new servo mount / panhard bar mount is being mounted inside the frame, and it's attached with 2 screws on either side, so it's nice and solid. But this third screw right here is just overkill on that. And that is to get this panhard bar bracket that extends down to it attached in the old panhard bar location. So we'll take a look at that on the chassis here in 1 second. Looking at the next page on our manual, page 23. And let me shut off my flash. I apologize for that. We'll just angle up our camera a little bit there. There we go. So looking forward on the truck is flipped upside down. The front bumper would sit right here, servo facing us, and our motors and everything else is back here. So we're looking forward on the truck upside down. Our new panhard bar is right here, running across, gets attached with that 15 millimeter screw. And once again, here's our 20 millimeter screw servo mount. Servo mount threw me off. It should say like old panhard bar location or something like that. The fact that it says servo mount is kind of stupid because the servo is mounted right here. And this is part of the, yeah, it's 2-in-1. Our panhard bar mount and our servo are attached to that same bracket. But technically speaking, this is going into the old panhard bar location, not the servo location. So the fact that it said servo on there threw me off. Thanks, Traxxas. Maybe next time change that up to panhard bar, or old panhard bar location. Nevertheless, we got 2 screw holes on this. We'll take a look at the real deal here and get an eyeball at it. One's low, one's high. We're going to be running it through the lowest hole closest to the panhard bar mount location. Excuse me there, a little gas bubble. All right, so looking at our new panhard bar location, which is right here, it's drop down. Here's our panhard bar. Coming from the top of the axle right here, running up to this location. It keeps your axle tracking nice and straight, so it's not going to wobble from side to side. Most four-wheel drive vehicles with a solid axle have one of those, or pretty much all of them have one of these. And right up here is our old panhard bar mounting location. So this bar right here was previously attached right up here. And once again, this servo mount / panhard bar mount is being mounted right here via these 2 screws into the frame rail and is wedged in between the frame rails, as well as 2 other screws on the other side that are permanently attaching that to the vehicle. But this last screw right here, this 3x20 millimeter, would go right through our new bracket and into the old bracket to kind of tie this together a little bit right here. Probably just to give it a little bit of added strength, a little overkill on that. And there's nothing wrong with overkill. I've got 2 screw holes on that, an upper one and a lower one, and we need to run that screw through the lower hole. And that is a 20 millimeter screw, which wasn't very hard for me to find. I was looking into our tray of leftover parts here, which we didn't have much left over. A couple screws from our battery trays, a couple of our old E-clips that we pulled off of the locking cables, our plastic bump stops that they had on the shocks. I don't know why they call them bump stops. They're plastic. They're not dampening anything, that's for darn sure. At least Viterra had rubber bump stops on theirs. And this screw right here, this 20 millimeter screw, which takes a 2 millimeter hex driver or hex wrench. So that is our last screw, and that goes through this bottom hole right here. So all we need to do is simply get that attached through that hole, and this portion of our build will be done. Only difficult part about driving this in here is that the angle that's sitting on the frame is kind of curved right here, so that's going to make it very tough to get a hex driver in under that location. Regardless, we need to get this M3 ran back through that hole, this 20 millimeter screw. So we're going to go ahead here and get that taken care of real quick, and then this portion of our video will technically be done on page 22 going into page 23. So my apologies on that, boys and girls. Reattaching our front axle assembly to the chassis. I goofed, and I forgot one screw right there. But once again, we're going to clip this into the video so you guys and gals out there won't miss a beat on getting this installed. Zooming in on that screw hole there, I'm not going to lie to you, this is not going to be a fun install here. I'm using a regular hex wrench here to try to poke through the hole to get this stuff to line up. And yeah, that's not a straight shot going through there by any means. But our panhard bar, there we go. I'm trying to get this to line up a little bit better with this mounting bracket down here, so we can drive that screw home a little bit easier on the way in. I did shift a little bit during our off-road adventures. That did shift a little bit. Now, since this is still wedged out a little bit, I'm going to try to jam this in on the back edge. That didn't sound too good. Try to get it in here on the back edge of this, and see if we can secure our holdings from the other side, which would be a lot easier if we didn't have the axle on here and our other lower links and everything else on here to get in the way. All right, digging through my hex wrench bag, find another old school hex wrench here, straight one, smaller, something I can wedge in here on the back edge and get this pushed through. Okay, so got that through on the back edge. I'm putting a little bit of downward torque on this to try to get this to line up right. Maybe get this screw put into position. All right, she's starting to bite right there. She's starting to bite. Hard part's going to be driving this baby home. Just because we're sitting at such an extreme angle, I might have to use an old school 2mm hex wrench for the whole job. I'm going to try to use the driver, but I'm coming in on an angle, and I don't recommend that, because that is hard on the screw heads. That is for sure. It's hard on your drivers as well if you're using a hex driver like I am. We're getting her. She's going in. And we should start pushing that other hex wrench out at the same time as we go. Leaving that hex wrench in there as a guide to make sure our screw is going to go through and nice and straight to the other side, all the way over to here, without any snags. Excuse my wrench for rubbing on the bumper. Hearing that little scrapey noise in the background. Don't like coming in on an angle like this. I think that bracket is kind of cattywampus there. I'm going to kind of pry that down a little bit. And there we go. She's starting to bite. Using a wrench and just kind of prying it back in, holding that plastic in so that screw can get a bite on it. The hex drivers definitely make life a lot easier. There's no doubt about that. I would hate to have to make all those turns with a regular 2mm wrench. There we go. So just like that, we've got her put in place. Our last screw that we missed on the vehicle. Leftover parts. Going from page 22 over to page 23. 3x20 BCS servo mount right there. So yeah, my apologies, don't know how I missed that, but at least we got it now, and you guys and gals won't miss a beat. You can go ahead and get this installed while you're installing your front axle assembly into the truck. There we go. Let's continue on with our video. Reattaching our front axle assembly to the chassis. Next page, they talk about hooking up your steering link to the servo. I think we're actually going to do that first, so we have got that extra slop in there to work with and make that job a little bit easier before we reattach our links and all that other good nonsense. Alright, so front axle in hand, knowing which way we have to get this all attached on here. We'll feed our cable up through, running it right up the right hand side or left hand side of the motor on the passenger side. And then we're going to go ahead here and get our steering link attached to our servo and get that out of the way first and foremost. Loosen up our screw, check out our steering link. Nothing has changed here, nothing has changed position. Making sure to install our screw on the fat side of the flange, just like that, and then we'll get this loosely attached to the truck. My apologies if you can't see what's happening with the camera view. Just getting that threaded back into the servo horn. Like so. And give this guy a pretty good snugging. Not enough to strip the head. Just want to torque that guy down so she's not going to come out of there anytime soon. Next step, I believe, the easiest thing to do would be to get our shocks put back in place up in here into our inner fender wells. Now that's not the easiest task to do. So it's probably going to be easier with everything being loose on the truck, and then we'll move on to panhard bars and other things of that nature. On second thought, let's move on to our upper link first and get that put in place, and then we'll move on to the shocks. We're going to slip this in between the frame rails, just like so, just like that, and get the proper screw to reassemble that. We're going to check our manual real quick and make sure we've got the right screw size for that upper link. Looking at our manual, lower links are M3 by 15 millimeter, upper link M3 by 23 millimeter, upper shock M3 by 23 millimeter, other upper shock M3 by 23. So we need 3 M3 23 screws in total on this one. One for our upper link on our axle and 2 for our shock mounts. So digging through our parts and supplies, since we left all this stuff laying on the side, I found our 3 23 millimeter screws using our little measuring tape here and checking everything out. And these are our 23s, which is a little bit fuzzy, but hey, that's what they are. Okay, so there we go. We got our 3 23s sitting on the side. We'll put our first one in and get that put in place, and then get our shocks installed. We'll go to the lower links and the panhard bar attachment. There we go on that one. Upper link is taken care of. Axle's kind of sitting in the way. My apologies for that. Hopefully you guys and gals got the gist of things out there. We'll zoom this back a little bit. Try to get idea what we're looking at here, getting our shock put in place, which is going to go right up in between this point right here. Try to line everything up here so we can see what's going on. I can see what's going on. You guys and gals out there can see what's going on. Try to line this baby up back into the slot, which can be a little bit difficult. Get that in there. Alright, so we got that in place. Grab another M3 by 23 millimeter screw and run that in across the top. I'm just going to hold this in and slide the screw in through the top while we got it in place. And then we'll turn around and look at the top side. Right up here. Get that screw driven home. Screw it in the plastic, don't go crazy, just snug it up. Our passenger side shock is attached. So we'll go ahead here and get our driver's side shock put in place. Basically the same thing. Make sure our panhard bar is sitting in a position that we can get to it. Laying flat on the axle before we get our shock put in place. We could actually probably hook up this panhard bar right now if we wanted to and get that somewhat held in place. I think I'm just going to use another hex driver. You could use an Allen wrench if you wanted. I'm just going to use a hex driver and run it through that hole just to kind of pin this in place briefly while we get this other part put together. Just like that. Alright, moving on to the driver's side shock, which once again they want this adjusted down a little bit further on your spring tension just because the vehicle is torquing to that side a little bit more, or at least that's what Only reason I can come up with for that. They don't say anything about that in there. I keep so we make it so we've got no tension on this. And then our shock is horizontal with everything to make life a little bit easier. There we go. Now, as I hold that in place, I'm going to slide our screw in place across the top. Don't want to change my position and knock this thing out of whack. There we go. It sounded like it went home on that one. Not easy with the driver figure in your vehicle. Definitely a lot easier to remove the driver before doing this, but our driver is kind of hot glued in place, so can't exactly remove it very easily. That's going to be tough to turn. Lift our truck up a little bit and take some of the tension off, see if that's going to help out things a little bit. That is a tough twist. Since we're here and we've got our other Allen head hex driver going through our panhard bar, we'll go ahead here and get that panhard bar screw put in place. And then looking at our instructions, our panhard bar screw is an M3 by 15 millimeter. Don't forget to install that missing screw that I previously talked about, the 3 by 20 millimeter that goes between the new servo mount and the old panhard bar location. You need to find that 15 millimeter screw. Alright, so dug through our little parts bin there, got our 15 mil, put it on a measuring tape here, and yeah, that's our screw right there. Sorry for the glare, but it is a 15 millimeter. Screw reinstalled. My apologies for the camera views. Once again, screwed in the plastic. Don't go crazy, just snug it up. We've got our panhard bar reattached. Last thing to do is attach our lower links. Get our cable put back up into position, running it up to the passenger side of the motor. And we'll slide our lower links back together. Lower links being attached right there, very easily. So checking out our hardware, what do we need for those guys? We need two 3 by 15 millimeter screws. 3 by 15s is what we need for those guys, so we'll dig around and find those. Alright, we've got our two M3 15 millimeters in hand, measured out, good to go. We'll get these guys relined back up here. I got that baby slid back in. Use another Allen wrench, hex driver, just to make sure that we've got the sitting center. Find our slot. There we go. That's where it needs to be. Drop a screw in there, just like so. And run that baby home. Truck over and do the other side. The other side. Get this one all taken care of. Carefully trying to reinsert our link back into our slot down here. Use our other hex driver here to make sure that this is all lined up, which it appears to be. Our other M3 ready to go. Drop it in place and send her home. Front axle is attached. We still haven't put our drive shaft on or finished up doing that. Our diff lock cable is coming up here to the top, getting up to our linkage. We haven't gotten to that part in the manual, so we're not going to touch that just yet. But we can check out our suspension movement and see how all this nonsense works out so far. And it still feels pretty darn stiff. That shock oil, I think, is a little bit on the heavy side. Might want something about maybe half that weight. Well, we'll see here once these all back together. All right, let's look on the next step on the manual and turn the page, I suppose. So there's our front axle assembly. We just finished up with that. Turn the page. They're talking about installing the front pan hard bar to the chassis. We did that, and the steering link to the chassis. We've already done that. Installing your front shocks to the fenders. We've done that. And so we've pretty much covered both pages here. Page 23, and we're going to turn the page. Sorry for the glare. We can turn down the brightness a little bit. Next page, attaching the rear axle assembly to the chassis. So we'll flip our vehicle back over on its side, get our rear axle and all the hardware. All right, so we're going to need 2 3x15mm screws for our rear lower links, 2 3x25mm screws for our rear upper links, and 2 3x23mm screws for our shock mounts. So let's find all our hardware and get that stuff organized and ready to rock and roll. Alright, truck is turned around. Hopefully we've got our camera in a good position where we can see all this nonsense. Axle in hand, links and shocks and blah blah blah. I think the easiest thing to attach first would be the shocks. So we'll go ahead and get these guys reattached first and then get all our links and all that other good nonsense put in place. Alright, so attaching our shocks, going up here on our inner fender well, right about in this area right here. Let's move our camera a little bit over here on the side. Going for the middle hole here, there's 3 little selections and we're going on that middle one. Alright, there we go. And we need one of our 23mm screws. Run through that. I'm going to run it through the top here. Get that put in place. Tip our truck back over so we can see what's going on here briefly while we attach this first shock. Apologies. Spin our truck around and take care of the other side. Alright, so we got everything lined up. Hopefully we can see what's going on here. Get our shock put in on that middle slot there. Easier said than done. Trying to take a little bit of spring tension off that thing so I can grab a hold of the shock body and actually have a nice solid grip on that. She's just wobbling around like mad. There we go. There we go on that. Grab our other 23mm screw, running on top. Alright, moving on to our links. Get our instructions out of the way. And running our rear T-lock cable, which is going to go up to the left-hand side of the battery tray. I'd say first thing we want to do is hook up our upper links and get those put into place. Upper links going right here on either side of our upper frame rails. Right here and right down here for our uppers. So we'll get those guys set in place right now and see what hardware we need for those. We need the 25mm screws for the uppers. So we'll find our two 25s. These two guys right here. Measure them out on a ruler just to make sure that these are 25mm. Pardon the glare. There we go, two 25s. And we'll get these guys lined up. Drop our lowers backwards and out of the way. Get our uppers kind of slid into place here. There we go. Snugging that guy down. Since we're here, we might as well go ahead here and get this upper link put in place, or lower link put in place at the same time. So we'll go ahead and slide that in over there. And find our 15mm screw for that. Starting to run out of hardware here, so no mistaking that 15mm screw at this point in time. Just get that guy snugged up. Cable, we're going to run that up in between our rear two links here. Drop this back a little bit, move it over, and on up through the passenger side of the battery tray, leading towards that shift servo. Just like so. Alright, we're going to flip the truck over and hit the other side here real quick. Go ahead and get our upper link put in place, and then our lower link. Upper link is slid in. Longer 25mm screw in hand. Feed that through, and run her home. Grab our next 15mm screw. Get your other lower link are put in place here. Those went on pretty much. That was pretty much the easiest thing to put together for these upper and lower rear links as far as things go on this whole kit. Not that anything was very difficult, but these slid in a lot easier than the shocks, that is for darn sure. Which is why I wanted to hook those shocks up first. So we have plenty of room to work around with that stuff. Alright, there we go. And that takes care of our rear link install and our rear shock install, rear axle install. Go ahead here and turn the page, going from page 25 to page 26. And that is the reassembly of our T-lock cables onto our shift servos down there. So we'll go ahead here and get that taken care of, screwing our little axle ball cups back in place and getting those snapped back on and the retainers put back in place. Alright, moving on to our differential locker cables and getting our little ball cups screwed on. Looking in the manual, it says screw the ball cup on until all the threads are hidden. So just to the end of the thread right there on the ball cup or on that cable. So what we're going to do is hold that cable in the flat spot where that flat spot was at. Get our ball cup, which is in a bad spot. And carefully screw this on until the threads just disappear on that shaft right down there. And I can't tell how far it disappeared there. Zoom in a little bit further here. And I think we pretty much got it right there according to their instructions. Not so easy looking through the camera. There's our threads. And they're started to disappear there. Maybe we'll give it another turn. Right about there. Call that good. Get our ball cup reattached to the servo horn. I'm going to put my finger underneath the servo horn and just snap that back in place. Get our cable slip back down into the little holder here, like that. Now that looks a little bit too loose or a little bit too tight to me. See how it's pushed up like that and it's pushing on our servo horn. So I think we might want to run that in a little bit further. Which means we have to disconnect this from our ball cup one more time. It seemed like it was putting a lot of tension on that cable. A lot of tension on that cable. Didn't like that. We'll thread this in a couple more times here and see if we can get past that at least once, maybe twice. And see what that looks like in overall tension here. Get our cable slip back into the position, and it's putting, well, I guess it's putting a little bit of tension on the spring, but it would be locked in. Right now it's unlocked. And then that was just locking it in right there. So give our axle a little spin here. Make sure that it's unlocked. Yeah, it's unlocked. Fully back in the other position. Probably want a little bit of tension on that servo saver just to make sure that that's pushing in. Maybe we'll back this out one turn and see what that looks like. Better safe than sorry, I suppose. Putting a little bit more torque on it, but it doesn't seem terrible. So we'll try it like that. Go ahead and get our hold down put back in place. Keep our cable held in place. And snap T-locker back in place. Alright, let's move on to the rear cable. Our rear T-locker. Grab our little ball cup, pair of pliers, get a hold of our cable. That way that we can see this on camera. Holding this in the flat spot on the cable, right down there, just like so. Get our camera, maybe zoom in on this area if we can. See the thread in our shaft and our ball cup. Don't look through the camera. Telling myself that. Now I'm looking through the camera to check out the threads. Oops. There's a thread. Just beyond it right there, cups upside down. Let's give it another turn and see what that looks like. Alright, so if we put this in a position, get our cable put back into its slot. Make sure our differential is unlocked. And see how much of a gap we have on the servo saver. Difficult to get my finger in here on camera, that's for sure. But yeah, looks like we've got a little bit of tension on it like that. It's probably not too bad in that position right there. Snap that back on. Put my finger underneath it if I can, or a screwdriver underneath it, something underneath the servo horn to hold it in place. And we'll see how much tension we're putting on that spring as we get this hold down put in place. Doesn't seem terrible. Push it forward a little bit to get that to fit into the slot. I think we might want to turn this one out one more time, just so we can get a little bit more tension on that with that servo saver, just to be on the safe side. Snap back in place. And let's see how much tension we're putting on it now. A little bit. Could probably be a little bit more, but I think we'll try that right there. I think any further and we're going to have some threads exposed. I think right now we've got a little bit of thread exposed on that shaft. I think that'll be alright, right about there. Make sure our cable was set in place and locking down our hold down. Alright, so there we go. We got our T-lock cables put in place, and we'll move on to our next step. Let's take a peek at our manual again. We've got all our T-lockers put in place. page 26, we're going to page 27, assembling our front and rear drive shafts. Remove stock half shafts and assemble new drive shafts. So the front drive shaft, whether it's 312 millimeters or 324 millimeters, is the same setup right here. They want you to use a short half shaft here on one half and a medium on the other, with your standard wild bore insert in the middle. For the rear drive shaft, 312 millimeters, they want you to use a medium length half shaft here and a long half shaft on the other side, with your standard wild bore insert in the middle, which is what we are going to have, these two setups right here. And then the rear drive shaft on a 324 millimeter, you might use a medium shaft on one end and a extra long on the other, with your standard insert in the middle. Nothing changes on the 324 millimeter with the front drive shaft. It's the same setup as on the 312 millimeters, so they would follow this setup right here for the 324s. And this setup right down here. We're going to be following this setup and this setup right there. Now here's how you tell the difference between the half shafts. The short has one little plastic dot here on the end. Medium has 2 dots. Long has 1, 2, 3 dots. And extra long has 4 dots. Alright, so let's take a look at our included drive shaft parts, which are all right here. So taking a look at this one, if we can zoom in on this with the camera, I don't know if we're going to be able to see it too well or not. I actually had to put on reading glasses to take a look at this without cutting all the packages open. This has 1 dot here and 1 dot over here. So I believe that is a medium. We'll take a look at this other one. It says it's like almost by braille. Let's see if we can zoom in on here and focus in on this. We've got 1 dot, 2 dots, 3 dots over on the other side. So 1, 2, and 3 on this one. So this must be our medium and long. So this is the rear drive shaft setup right here. Common sense takes us over to the shorter set right here. What do we got going on here? We've got 2 dots on this one that we can see, 1 here and 1 here, and the other one through this blurry plastic bag only has 1 dot right down there. So we've got our medium and our small down here, so that would be our front drive shaft. And our next parts bag, which is laying right here, these two are both the same length. And they are both have 4 dots on them. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 2 extra longs. Now they only suggest that you need 1 for doing this. Don't know why they included 2 on that. Alright, so there we go on that. And that is where we're going to start off at, is with our drive shaft assembly here. And you know what, let's compare it to our front drive shaft already to see how much we really have to change here. I mean, really, if we don't have to change one half or another, then why bother? That is for sure. So looking at this half right here, that pretty much looks like one of the short ones right there on one half of this. And it looks like a short on the other half. So I think in all reality, all we have to do is change out one half on this. We can change out both if we want to have nice clean drive shafts on either side. But in all reality, if you wanted to, you only have to change out one half on here just to get this right. That's all we need to do on the front. I think that since this is my brother's truck, we're going to swap them both out if we can. Alright, let's check out our rear here. Looking at our existing drive shaft and looking at our parts. Yeah, this lower end down here is a little bit longer. What do we got on this end? That end is longer, for sure. How's it match up to this end? Alright, so these two are the same. The long side is the same on the rear drive shaft, and we would have to change out the short side for this medium length one right here. So we have a long and a medium. So we have to take off this short, trade it out for a medium. So you only need to do one side on the rear as well, unless you want things to match up, which is what we're going to do. So we're going to swap out both ends on this. We'll start with the rear drive shaft since we're here. They do have a note on here for orientation on things. Note: orientate and assemble the center drive shafts as shown to correctly phase the output shafts. So we want to have these two lines lined up on either end of our drive shaft. So probably a good thing that we're starting off with the brand new half shafts, just so we can have better definition of those lines. So we'll make note of that as we put this thing together. Once again, kids, be careful with knives if you're not a careful kid. Blah, 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 blah. This is the parts for our rear drive shaft. So we're doing the rear drive shaft first. And we have our rear drive shaft in hand. Separate both ends here, both sides, just like so. And then grab our M3 hex driver and cross our fingers that we can get our hex screw out from the inside of this. Cross our fingers on this one, boys and girls. I have not had good luck with these, with any drive shaft in the past, with taking things apart. Not necessarily straightforward, but hey, we're coming apart without a problem. That's a good sign. That is a good shine right there. Alright, so there's our little screw. We'll slide our drive shaft end off here, just like so. Compare it with our new one, making sure that they're the same size. Yes, they are. Get this guy slid back into place, just like so, and reattach our screw. Boy, that was a piece of cake. There we go. Move on to the front half. Cross our fingers. We're locked in. Get them right apart. Nice. Nice. Emphasis on the ice. Emphasis on the hiss. There we go. We'll set that down. Remove our shorter shaft. Grab our longer shaft. Slip that into place. Whoa. Pull our little cover off the end. Don't really want to go into place too easily that way. We'll rotate this around and see if it makes a difference. Maybe not. There we go. Make sure it's pushed in there all the way. Run our screw back in. Alrighty. There we go on that. As far as phasing our drive shafts and whatnot, we want to line up those two dots so all that stuff is phased out correctly, apparently. And there's our dot right there. And there we go. So our rear drive shaft is put together right. And apparently they've got these sitting straight across from each other. I figured they'd want like those kind of offset our screw pins. They're pretty much dead on at this point in time. All right, so there we go. There's our rear drive shaft put together. We'll set that off to the side. Go ahead here and open up our front drive shaft pieces. Get those out of the bag. And then get to work on our front drive shaft. Cross our fingers that this guy comes apart as easily as that rear. Try to get a nice straight bite on this. Hard to get a hold of. Came apart without a problem. Remove our piece. Going for the identical piece that was on that part. Not that it really matters, but just keep things the same. Going back for that other short piece that was equal in length. Just new and shiny. Versus old and dusty. Which is this guy over here. I grabbed the rear drive shaft short piece. And not the new front one. Alright, there we go. And we'll get this guy put in place. Tendency of rotating things sometimes. Alright, next piece, which is two short pieces essentially. We're changing out for one short and one medium. Get them apart easily once again. Pulling our sleeve off the other side. That put down and grab our medium section. Slip this through the grooves. Oh, the snug fit there. Fits snug both ways. Yes, it is. Yeah, that is a snug fit on this one. Suppose that's a good thing. Maybe. See if we can press this together a little bit. Ah, that's a tight fit. That one there is a tight fit. I'm going to try to tap this down a little bit here with something or other. Yeah, what can we use? We need a hammer is what we need, but we don't have a hammer laying around out here at the moment, so we'll use our pair of side cutters, smooth portion, and try to just gently give this a little wrap. And make sure that that baby is home in there. And then go ahead and run our screw in. There we go. Alright, so let's get this baby all put back together and properly phased. Find our lines here. There we go. There's one line right there. Find our next line. The camera will focus in on it. There we go. We get our lines to jive up here. We're jiving up. There we are. Just like so. And there's our front drive shaft. Alright, so we'll go ahead here and turn the page on old manual. Installing our front and rear drive shafts. Looks like they want the shorter end of the shaft up closer to the transmission on the front drive shaft. Longer portion down towards the pinion on the axle. Same thing on our rear drive shaft. They want the shorter section up here by the transfer case. And the longer section going towards the pinion on the rear axle. Alright, so let's flip our truck over and get our drive shafts reinstalled. Get a good line here on our front drive shaft setup. And our pinions and all that good nonsense. And get everything all lined up and good to go. Alright, so once again, they want the shorter portion going up towards the transfer case, longer portion going back towards the pinion on their rear differential. So making sure we got our ends lined up here. We'll get this end kind of slid into place. Just like so. Get our front put into place. And just like so. Grab our screw pins and smaller hex driver for our screw pins. I just run these in by hand just to start off with. Just like so. One screw pin installed. Our other screw pin. Try to line up our output shafts here. Line up our screw holes, I should say. Let's get not getting a good line on that, eh? There we go. Yeah, I think we're in it right there. Probably should have hooked this upper one up first before the bottom one. There we go. Don't put the hand of God on these, just snug them down because these can be a real nightmare to take apart. They do have blue Loctite on those threads on those screw pins, so once again, don't over tighten them, whatever you do. So our front one is installed. Get our camera jockeyed around here. And where are we looking at here on the rear? Right down here is the output shaft on our transmission. And it's not quite in the center position. We got it there right now. Got it cranked right there to the center. We'll get our rear drive shaft sitting in the same position roughly. Right about there. And then get our drive shaft mocked up. Once again, they want the longer end going towards the pinion down here on your axle. Shorter end up towards the transfer case area. So go ahead and get this guy slapped on. Just like so. Get slapped on up here on the opposite end. Get our holes lined up right there. Alright, grab another drive shaft pin. Get that set up on our driver. Spin our camera around so we can actually see what we are looking at down there. Exactly be level, but I'm sorry about that. That area right there is what we're looking at. Drive shaft spinning on us. Well, we missed our mark there. Looks like our transmission shaft is spun just a little bit there. Spin it back. Try to get this fish back up into position. Ah, you bugger. Now we gotta take it back off and try it again. Alright, let's get this guy put back on. Our lower portion not going on so smooth on camera. We'll go ahead and get our pin put in right now. Or at least started right now. move around to the other end of our pinion. Making sure everything lines up. Get that guy put in place. Grab our little screw pin right there, hex pin, drive shaft pin, whatever you want to call it, and get this guy put in place. Now this driver seemed like it was spinning over a couple times right there, slipping over. So I'm going to go ahead here and grab a different driver, one with a better edge on it, something that has a better bite. That one right there has a nice bite on it. This one's getting a little bit rounded over. There we go. Back to new thread. So now, since that one was a little bit jumpy, we're not going to go too crazy with that. There we go. Using a nice sharp-edged hex driver versus one that was rounded over on the edges. Many miles on this one. Many miles. Alright, there we go. We have both our front and rear axle installed. Long arm lift kit installed for the most part. Long travel lift kit installed all the way around. Pretty much a done deal on that aspect. Last thing to do here is moving on to our pinion gear and how to change out our pinion gear. Once again, we are not changing out our tires. We're sticking with our 1.9s. So no purpose in changing out our pinion gear at this point in time. Well, I said that I wasn't going to swap out our pinion gear here, but I want this video to be 100% complete. So we're going to go ahead here and continue along and swap out our pinion gear real quick. Take our bell housing off and go ahead and drop it down from that 11 tooth to that 10 tooth pinion gear. Once again, they're saying right here that 10 tooth pinion gear maintains original performance with larger 2.2 tires. Once again, that depends on your 2.2 tires. 2.2 tires vary in size just like 1.9s. If you were going from this 4.65 inch outer diameter tire 1.9 to this 4.88 inch outer diameter 2.2, which is a small 2.2, dropping down to that 10 tooth pinion gear would definitely help with these guys. I'm sure it would help with the 1.9s, especially using second gear and like on sand hills and stuff like that, giving you a little bit more low end punch. It would help with the 1.9s and it would probably help with these guys. But if you were going to a monster set of 2.2s like these Proline Mickey Thompson Baja Pro X's at 5.88 inches in outer diameter and a little over 2 inches wide, I don't think stepping it down one tooth is going to make much of a difference. At that point in time, you'd want to step it down a couple of teeth. Maybe go from an 11 to like an 8 tooth pinion gear, something like that, and maybe a larger spur gear. Because these guys are some healthy tires, especially compared to these other 2.2s. Roughly an inch larger in outer diameter. So going from those tires to these tires, dropping down one tooth on your pinion gear, not going to make much of a difference. You're going to have to go a little bit further. But for the sake of argument, we're going to go ahead here and continue along with our video, and we'll get our pinion gear swapped out. We're going to pull out our 3 screws on our upper motor cover there, or a bell housing on the transmission area, slide our motor out, and go on from there. All right, so let's get started on that. We'll key up our camera, get our bell housing removed, and go from there. We got to remove 3 screws, one right here, one right there, and one right there. We can pull that cover off, slide our motor out, and continue from there. Got to focus in on what we're doing here. Hopefully my hand is not going to get in the way. I'm doing this left-handed, so my hand doesn't get in front of the camera. Be a lot easier without a driver figure inside the vehicle. Once again, always nice to have a magnetic tip on your tools as well. If you don't, you can get a magnetizer to slide this through and magnetize the tip, which is what I've done with my stuff. And very convenient. Especially when you're working in tight areas such as this and you don't want to lose a screw. And we only have 3 screws here. We're going to try to keep these guys separated in case they're all different lengths. They're showing in the manual that they're all the same length, so I guess we're okay on that aspect. It shows them being M3s by 8mm, so 3mm by 8mm screw. And they are all the same. So no worries about screw confusion. Screw fusion. Alright, we've got that removed. Those covers or screws removed. I'll go ahead here and pull this cover off. Ever so gently. Trying to make it past all our wires and everything else that's down there. A little bit dusty on the inside, but not too bad at the end of the day. Especially for all the years that we've had these vehicles. Alright, so we're getting a good look in here down on top of our spur gear / pinion gear area. See our mesh that we've got going on with our pinion gear and our spur gear. Everything is lined up. Pinion gear and spur gear are lined up. So a decent mesh right there. And that is what we're going to be aiming for with the new one, making sure that it's not too far forward or backwards on the shaft. There, we got our motor up and out. Next step is going to be removing these guys right here. Swapping out our pinion gear and going from our C slot, which we're in right now, to the B slot. So we're going to move them from here down to this next position and swap out our pinion gear. 11-tooth pinion gear. Going from an 11 to a 10, not a big step. On my Vatera Ascenders, I generally go from a stock 14-tooth pinion gear on the Vatera down to a 12-tooth pinion gear, so dropping down 2 teeth. And that is just for the 1.9s to make it more crawler friendly. And it doesn't really make that much of a difference with 1.9s. So I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference with the 2.2s, but we're going to go ahead and do it anyways just because it's part of the project. And this motor feels a little bit goofy. It's been in here for a long time. Original motor, all kinds of miles on this thing. So we might be up for a replacement at some point in time on this motor. Let's move our camera back just a wee bit here and reposition things a bit so we can see what we're looking at. We'll go ahead and remove this cover, which is a larger diameter screw. Let's focus into our 2.5mm hex wrench, 2.5. Let's see if that is the right size for the job at hand. Yes, it is. Screws aren't very tight. Mental note on that when putting it back together. And obviously I lost the magnetic tip on that one. Time to remagnetize this girl. This is currently sitting in the C slot. We are going to be moving it to the B slot, as well as resetting our pinion gear. There we go, we got our motor plate off. C slot there, we're going down to the B slot. We want to make sure we have that corresponding on both sides. And then if we go ahead here and check out our manual at our motor mount plate, we're showing that next slot, that B slot, to be right there, the second hole in on the right hand side. Since that right hand side is not marked, that is the B slot. And then we're going to use B over here on this side. So our second hole right there is our B slot. So we're going to put that screw right there, moving from C to B. Same thing on the other side. We're going to drop this into the B slot right down there, and then get this reattached to the motor. Probably be wise to swap out the pinion gear right now as well, while we have this plate off, so we've got plenty of room to work with on that. But I think we'll probably be able to manage regardless. Starting this by hand, getting those two started. Snug down one and kind of snug down the other, just to start off with. And I'm going to put a little oomph on it, just a little oomph, not too much oomph, just a little oomph to make sure that that is not going anywhere. I'm like the king of over tightening here. That's why I always say not to go crazy when you're over tightening things. Alright, let's go ahead here and get our pinion gear removed as our next step. So I'm kind of going through all my hex wrenches that are part of this kit. And just going to guess here on what I think it might be. See if our first guess is right or not. Pan our camera back just a wee bit there. First guess is right. What size is that, Jim? Well, let's see here. Drop our motor like we don't even care. 1.5. 1.5 millimeter. That's what we're using on this one. There we go. Got that loose and off. And they do have some blue Loctite on that grub screw right down there, which does not want to let go. Let go, my wrench. That baby's got a good hold on it. Well, we might have to put this under the motor a little bit and tighten it down a little bit in order to get that to pop back off. There we go. Alright, so that is one way to go about it. Put it back on the motor. The Allen wrench, or the hex wrench, was starting to spin inside that grub screw. That's why it got so tight. So got it back down to a snug point and give it a little turn to the right, and it broke loose, and then turned it back to the left ever so slightly to loosen it back up. So there's our stock pinion gear off to the side. Staring down our new pinion gear. Once again, kids, be careful with knives. Always cut away from you. This knife is getting pretty dull, which can actually make things a little bit more dangerous. Go ahead and drop our pinion gear and grub screw into our hand. Try not to lose that grub screw. Those little guys are small and easy to get lost. So we'll place our grub screw on the end of our hex wrench, hex driver, just like so. Get it started in our pinion gear, just like so. Just like that. And then we'll follow the instructions and get this installed on that shaft, which is getting installed like this, with the gear portion being closer to the motor and the shank portion being closer to the spur gear. So we are sliding this guy on just like this. They say that you want just a little bit of shaft sticking out on the end of this, just a wee bit. So what we're going to do here is just snug this on here, not really tighten it down. We're just going to kind of set it into position so that it's holding itself in place and not sliding around. We're not going to go crazy on it. We just don't want it to slide around. Something like that. We'll go ahead and slide this back into position and readjust our pinion gear from there. Right, so excuse my hands for being in the way. We'll back this off just a wee bit so we can see what's going on here. I'll try to keep my hand back if I can. Okay, so we've got our motor roughly put back into position. Spin our truck around a little bit so we can get a better angle on what we're looking at here with our pinion gears and alignments. Zoom in on our pinion gear a little bit, hold up our motor, and really, that's not too bad. That's not a bad position right there. That actually looks pretty well lined up as far as things go. Not bad for a first guess of sliding that pinion gear in place. I'd say that's okay. So we'll go ahead here and snug that guy down a little bit more and make sure it's not going to go anywhere. Although we know that that is pretty much sitting in the right spot right there. we go. Not going anywhere. They do have blue Loctite on that thread for the pinion gear, or for the grub screw. Alright, so we got that put in place. Just a matter of getting our cover put back on. Make sure to clean it out if there's any dirt and debris in there and you want that stuff out of there. You might as well clean it out now. You got it in hand, but we're not looking too bad right here. So we'll go ahead here and get this bell housing cover put back in place. Big curved portion going towards the motor. Trying to fish it past all our wires and lead weights and everything else that we got going on over here on our project. Since this baby is wired for sound, not literally, but she is wired like a microwave. And our motor's moving around a little bit. Okay, so not so easy to do on camera. We'll get our motor lifted back into place, put my hand in from underneath. There we go. And pretty much set on that. We'll start running our screws back in. Start with our middle screw, just because it's the one in the middle. We'll get that little monkey taken care of. Not putting it in all the way, just kind of loosely attaching it so that the motor's not going to wiggle around, and we can get the rest of the screws in place. Next screw is over here on that far side underneath the driver's leg. My apologies if you can't see what's happening here. Zoom in on that situation a little bit. Turn up our brightness a little bit. Same thing, just kind of putting it in there, not really going too crazy with tightening it down. Let's move on to our last screw. Which is right down yonder. Brightness just a wee bit there. Probably not going to be able to see it. It's going to be right down here behind this mounting bracket for our T-locker cable. Right there. My apologies for my hand being in the way. My apologies for the camera not really catching what we're doing. Staring down over the top of the vehicle. But hopefully you guys and gals get the idea of things. Back this off just a wee bit. Alright, so that guy's snug. We'll go back up to the middle. This one's snug down. Turning with my left hand so we're not blocking the camera. Snug, not too tight. Back over to the far left side. Snug but not too tight because we're screwing in the plastic once again. Don't go crazy. Snug. And there we go. Our pinion gear has been swapped out. Nice and easy. Going from our 11-tooth pinion gear down to our 10-tooth pinion gear, removing those 3 screws, readjusting our motor into the bell housing, our motor mount plate, going from our C location to the B location, C being here, C being here, B being there, right there. Getting our pinion gear mounted in place, which was a pretty good guesstimate on our first shot there for putting it in and getting it installed. And we're all done. All done with that. Moving on to our last step, reinstalling the body, getting our lights all plugged in. Our brother's truck once again, but I'm just going to go ahead here and get his lights all plugged in for him so he doesn't have to mess with this stuff. Deal with this on another day. We're in a hurry to get something filmed. Might as well get it all plugged in right now. It is for his LED lights on the truck itself, and this one right here is for the light bar, the Proline light bar on the roof. Your body set back into place. Make sure our rock sliders and body are all jiving together correctly. Slap some body pins on this baby. Wrap up with our install. Alright, so there we go. Finished product. We got the body back on the truck. We started out on these 2.2 tire foams as a rest, as a lift block. These are some pretty darn stiff foams here. Pretty darn stiff foam. And before, our tires were off the ground when we were sitting on that foam block. And right now, if we were to lift it up all the way, we're not really going to catch it on camera because the camera can't get down low enough. But we're actually just getting above those tires after we take all the load off our suspension. So we got enough belly pan clearance to clear these foams for the most part, which is cool. Checking out our articulation and all that other good nonsense, what our total outcome looks like here. Looking at our shock springs and everything else. I've got these shock springs loosened up to the point of where the collars are just making contact with the springs. And it's still sitting up there pretty darn high. Let's take our camera off the tripod, get a better look at things here. Excuse me for bouncing around first thing in the morning here. We've got a lot of shaft space open there. I would like this to ride a little bit lower than what it is. I was kind of thinking like a ride height rate about there, with the sagged out suspension, giving us all kinds of upward drop for going over top obstacles and everything else. All kinds of drop or droop. But these springs are they're the softest springs that you can get for them, and they are still a little bit too stiff in my opinion. Just a little bit too stiff. Now we don't have a battery in it just as of yet, so that might change things out, and driving it around for a little while might loosen some things up and make it a little bit softer. Shock oil is definitely a little bit on the heavy side. Traxxas doesn't give you a weight on the shock oil, and there's no weight listed in the manual for the shock oil, so we have no idea what weight that is, other than guessing, going off of other oils. I want to say right around 30 maybe, if I were to look at it and how it's moving around. But definitely needs something a little bit lighter, I'd want to say, because it just seems to be dampening just a little bit too much. I want it to be a little bit more free-flowing. Something that's less viscous. A little bit more liquidy and a little less syrupy is what we would be looking for. So, nevertheless, shock oil is a little bit too heavy, in my opinion. And that is a good mental note. I know now when I go ahead and put the lift kit on my truck, that I'm going to use a lighter shock oil in it right off the bat, and not use that Traxxas shock oil, just so I can get a little bit better movement out of the truck with that suspension. It just seems like that oil is just a little bit heavy. All right, overall articulation, what are we looking at here? Well, not very impressive, really. That's completely bottomed out. And that's not very impressive. So yeah, that's not very impressive, really, overall. I was expecting a little bit more articulation out of that than what we're seeing. So yeah, I'm not really too impressed with that. Let's put our camera back on our tripod and get a better look at what we're looking at here. Alright, what are we looking at here? Get our hand out of the way. Get our rear tire raised up all the way. Suspension cocked all the way to one side. Open fist underneath it. Barely get my thumb up underneath it. No problem clearing 2 of these tire foams. We can probably rest it up on 3 tire foams and still have all our tires on the ground, which is pretty good. But we're collapsing the tire a little bit in order to do that. What's our total height on that? Those 3 foams put together, we are looking at a little less than 5.5 inches. Right around 5 1/4 inches right there. And that is just about maximum with that. It's right around 5 1/4 inches. So not terrible, I suppose. But I was expecting more going to the 110 millimeter shocks. Once again, we are not running those bump stops in there, so we are taking full advantage of that full travel that's available. We'll try our foams here on the front end and see if we're looking at the same situation or if it's rocking a little bit. So not quite the same situation. We got our back tire in the air. Front suspension is fully collapsed up here. Tire on the other side is leaning over. Yes, if we turn the wheel to one side or another, we could get this to drop down a little bit more. But right now, as it sits, our back tire is in the air just a wee bit there. We could probably add some weight to the vehicle, some lead weights or some brass weights on the ends of the wheels or on the inside of the wheels, like the beefcakes or beef patties. And that would probably hold it down to the ground. Not terrible, but not the best at the same time. So there we go, boys and girls. There is the end result on our truck. Truck is all finished. We're still running the 1.9s on it right now, just because we really don't have any other 2.2s on hand to put on this thing. I'm running the suspension in a full sagged out position, so that's about as low as it's going to get right now. We can turn around and look at the back of the truck and check out our rear shocks and where everything's sitting at here. So this is where it's sitting at right now. Nowhere near sagged. I was kind of wanting it to be right about there. Let's get in closer and look at that. I was kind of wanting this to sit right about here. And we're roughly twice as high as where I wanted it to be sitting at. I was thinking right about there. But nevertheless, we still have plenty of downward travel. And we're still making the most of all our upward travel. Having that spacer removed. That bump stop removed. Not too bad at the end of the day. I think a dual stage spring on these shocks would probably be better off than our single stage spring, than just a single stage or a single spring. Having a softer spring on the bottom, a longer softer spring, and a shorter, stiffer spring at the top would probably be more beneficial than just one single spring in here. And might get us riding a little bit lower to where we needed to be. But right out of the gate, not terrible. I think it'll work. So there we go, boys and girls. There is a final look at our Trx4 Bronco with our long travel lift kit installed. Our full one-to-one install video is complete. And that is going to do it on this video, I believe. We'll get our tires and all that other stuff put off to the side. We're going to take all our parts and supplies and put them back into this box here. All our leftover drive shaft pieces and links, locking cables, servo mount, shocks. Put everything back inside this box right here so we know where it's at in case we want to switch it back around in the future or use these links for something else in the future. We'll know where everything is located along with our extra longer end links for that 324 millimeter wheelbase. Alright, that is going to do it once again, boys and girls. Very much appreciated for y'all sticking around and watching the video. As always, questions and comments are always welcome, and we will see you all on the next one. Thanks again.